Okay, my loves, I know I was late. Everything has been off. And then I had to go feed the puppies and the giggies and everybody getting all excited. But yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about running late. Uh, we're just about just making sure people know that we're live. Oh, yeah, it's been kind of an interesting day. Setting up this interview that I guess he's having some kind of issues because he wasn't responding, so I don't know what happened. Okay, sorry. Okay. Ta-da. We're about to jump into it. Sorry, I was getting messages on Discord. I might have somebody come in and react with us. Somebody else that we like, as far as like scary stuff, reacting to scary stuff. So they might come in right now in a moment, but for now we're just gonna go straight into the video. I am not sure. Hi Vic, welcome in, love. I know I've seen other things about Ed and Lorraine Warren, and I don't know if I might like dive into those, but this seems like a really long video. It's about the whole haunting, the Smyrtle haunting, that obviously inspires the Conjuring Last Rites. So, yeah. Oh, also, let me fix that. Hold on. We're not having an interview, so let me fix that stuff. Give me a second. Let me fix the chat bot real quick. Okay, and then we've got another bot. Obviously, we've got a few bots. Which isn't even working, though. I don't know how in heck. Like, it seems like the dashboard or like the bot in Kick doesn't work right. It's really annoying, frankly. But yeah, let's see if we can fix that. Okay. I think I fixed that. Now let me make sure I fix one more. There should be bots and timers for like all of my channel things, so let me just make sure that they're not all on right now, so that we're not being interrupted more than I already am. Okay. Let's get into this. Yeah, how are you, Vic? What you been up to, love? Again, we have like a lot of... Oh, I'm all itchy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright, that's nice. Look at that. I love when people come in. I don't know who the hell that is, but whatever. Somebody jumping in on Kick telling me telling me that I have no viewers because I'm an idiot. Oh no. I'm so offended. Some people really think, like, it's funny because people think, like, I'm on Kick and that's, like, the only place I have that I'm looking for followage. Like, not really. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking, if that's the case, maybe we'll just remove ourselves from Kick and just put ourselves on X, live on X, because I know X will do something. Let me see. So I'm just not dealing with people on that. Oh my god. That's so dumb. Alright, if you guys are watching, I'm popping out my chat for X here. Removing myself from Kick because I'm annoyed. And yeah, trolls, I know. It's fine. Alright, are you ready? I'm not sure I'm ready for this. Because I don't know how creepy this can get. Because I'm pretty sure they're going to show some real footage. And I'm a little freaked by that.
My name is Lorraine. My husband Ed and myself were called by Janet Schmall to this home that we are now in just prior to the Christmas holiday. On January 17th, we visited this home for the very first time.
It's really hard to hear her.
Concerning the phenomena that was taking place.
Just for the record, that's not a me thing. That's a her. That's the footage.
But began to climax at this time. We are in their home again today on February 14th, 1986.
Okay, so basically she said that there was it's 1986. She's in their home again. She's talking about how, like, the activity has been slowly, like, getting heavier, like getting busier.
Jack, can you give us your
in this family?
Well, my name is Jack Smurl. This is my wife Janet Smurl. Daughters Dawn, Heather, Shannon, Karen are twins. I would say that the house was haunted.
You do believe your home is haunted?
Absolutely.
Do you believe your home?
There's no doubt. And if you had told me this a year ago, I would have probably told you that you needed a psychiatrist. But I am a believer that this house is really haunted.
In the wake of Hurricane Agnes's fury in 1972, which submerged their Wilkes-Barre home under 12 feet of raging floodwaters, Jack and Janet Smurl, along with their young daughters Dawn and Heather, and Jack's parents, John and Mary, sought solace in a modest duplex at 328-330 Chase Street in West Pittston, Pennsylvania, moving in August of 1973. The 92-year-old structure that the family now called home, with its creaking floors and faded wallpaper, stood as a bargain-priced haven in a former coal mining town, shadowed by subsidence risks and a bloody historical legacy, where even locals whispered and spoke of eerie disturbances in the empty homes. Jack, the patriarch of the family, a former Navy neuropsychiatric technician, now working as a production manager at Topps Chewing Gum, and his wife Janet, a nurturing homemaker who had quit her job to raise their family, immediately began fixing up their new home. They'd been displaced by that hurricane, and this new house was a chance to have a fresh start.
Sad.
And so they poured all of their energy and put all their effort towards turning this abandoned, empty structure into a proper, loving home. However, the family was unaware that the home they had just moved into was close to Queen Esther's Rock, the site of a 1778 Revolutionary War massacre, where locals claimed an indigenous woman cursed the land in vengeance for her son's death. And it's believed that these renovations that were being done on the house, might have awakened some dormant evil force. The duplex itself, the Smurl family home, perched near the Susquehanna River's haunted bank, seemed like a symbol of rebirth and resilience for this devout Catholic family, the Smurls, who were bound by their unshakable faith and their ties to the community. Yet, within only months of moving into the house, an insidious presence began to take hold of their very lives, transforming the once promising new home into a suffocating chamber of unrelenting dread and horror that would come to be known as the Smurl haunting, a 15-year-long odyssey of demonic torment and haunting eventually investigated by Ed and Lorraine Warren, during which the family witnessed unbelievable paranormal activity, from hearing mocking whispers to being brutally assaulted by demons, which would make headlines across the United States and the world for being one of the most thoroughly documented cases of a haunting to ever occur. As you guys have probably seen, the new and final Conjuring film was based in part on the Smurl haunting. So today we're going to dive into the true story that unfolded in the 1970s in Pennsylvania. But let's go back in time. And before we get any further into this video, please be sure to leave me a like on this video if you'd like to hear more stories from the Warrens' case files, and please comment in the comment section below. What's one case from the Warrens that you'd like to see me cover in depth like this? There are so many interesting cases from Amityville to The Conjuring, so please let me know what you'd like to see me cover next. And now let's get back to the story. The Smurls' arrival at Chase Street unfolded with a veneer of hope, as they meticulously scraped away decades of grime and applied fresh paint to the weathered walls of their new house, determined to erase the scars that the hurricane had left on their lives, after upending them and destroying their previous house. Jack and Janet, pillars of the local Catholic community, labored alongside John and Mary to transform this old duplex into a home, although at the time they were oblivious to the site's rumored disturbing past. Like I mentioned before, the duplex itself was built near the blood-soaked ground of Queen Esther's Rock, where, according to local legend, vengeful spirits from a 1778 massacre were said to linger, cursing all who settled nearby. Early signs of the haunting were subtle, almost innocuous, and it began almost immediately.
I think the very first thing that ever happened in this house that I can remember is one night I was laying in bed, and I always sleep on my right side. I was laying there, and I never sleep with the covers over my shoulders. I always sleep with my arm on the outside. And Janet sleeps on my right side, so I was facing Janet and away from our closet that we had so many problems with at the beginning. It felt like someone just touched me on the shoulder. Now
It was like a light touch.
like a light touch, but I could feel fingers. Not one finger, but several fingers. It was a distinct touch of a hand on my
stuff,
shoulder.
guys.
I
Sorry
then
about
turned
that.
around and looked, and I had no reason to suspect, anything of a ghost nature, because we hadn't had, any problems prior to that. And I was looking around to see what could have touched me, and there was nothing in that area that could have touched me. And of course, there was a sequence of events after that where one night I came home from work and I parked my car in the driveway, and because the driveway is so narrow, I park next to the house so that there's room enough to get out on the driver's side. Between the car and the fence, and I make sure that I park it against the house because I simply have to, because I can't get out. Next morning I come out of the house and it was pouring down rain, and I was running to the car, and I went to get in the car and I couldn't get in the car because the car was against the fence.
During those initial repairs, when the Smurls were trying to turn this near abandoned structure into a proper house, things happened. Tools started disappearing, only to later re-emerge in absurd locations like the attic or hidden behind radiators, as if an invisible trickster was delighting in their frustration, watching them search aimlessly for the tool they knew they had placed in a certain area that was now gone. The air inside of the home during these renovations began to grow thick with an unspoken mockery from the spirits that made the Smurls' hearts skip beats. Oily stains, dark and persistent, began to bleed through layer after layer of paint, defying all the family's efforts to conceal them, as though the walls themselves of the home rejected renewal and harbored ancient grudges. the walls oozing forms like bloody wounds that refused to heal in the dim light. Also, the family members began to report smelling a foul, sulfurous odor, reminiscent of what they claimed was decaying flesh, a smell which wafted and drifted from room to room without warning, dissipating just as mysteriously, which would leave the family retching and questioning their senses. This smell of decay, sulfur, this disgusting
if you
smell,
guys can hear that.
even clenched to the family's clothing. They couldn't get the smell out of their clothes and their own skin, like a malevolent embrace. No one knew where this smell was coming from, but it came and went, as it seemed, as it pleased. Mary Smurl confided in her family that she had been hearing phantom footsteps pacing in the attic overhead, their hollow rhythm evoking an unseen wanderer trapped in some sort of eternal unrest, each step sending a shiver down her spine as if she was hearing the past itself tread upon the present. And this obviously sounds like your classic haunted house story. A family moves in, they begin renovating the house, they start smelling smells, tools go missing, they hear some whispers or knocks, but soon enough, the disturbances that the Smurl family were experiencing began to escalate in eeriness, which weaved a web of unease that tightened around the family with every passing day. In one particularly spooky case, Janet Smurl, as she was folding laundry in the quiet of the afternoon, froze as her name was whispered. Frantically, Janet searched the house, wondering where this voice had come from, only to find out that these whispers were coming from vacant corners of the home like a disturbed serpent's hiss, the whisper's tones laced with a chilling intimacy that made her blood run cold. And this was just the beginning.
On one particularly disturbing evening, Mary Smurl heard the sounds of her son Jack and his wife Janet arguing. Keep in mind, Mary was living in the other half of the duplex, but this argument between her son and his wife was so loud, was so caustic, so violent, that it raised an alarm between Mary and her husband. They felt like at any moment this argument could erupt into violence, and so, wanting to make sure everything was all right, Mary and her husband rushed over to the other side of the duplex to check in on Jack, Janet, and the kids. However, when they reached the other side of the home and finally opened the door, what they saw was completely baffling. The family was gathered in the living room watching television. None of them were talking, and there was no argument happening. When questioned, Jack and Janet said this was impossible, and that no, they had not been arguing. So the entity or entities in the home seemed to be mimicking the voices of the family members, mocking them and presenting
Mimics
them
scare me
in a
the
violent
most.
manner.
Then
Well,
there was
not like the most,
the family's
but like...
loyal German Shepherd, who began to stiffen
Hi,
suddenly
Ghost.
and growl at empty spaces with his eyebrows raised. The family frequently reported that their dog was seeing things that they couldn't see with their own eyes, and the dog's eyes seemed to fix on shadows that would shift and breathe with some sort of malevolent intent. As these shadows moved
that's
throughout
a
the
cute
house,
puppy.
Simon would begin to bark and chase after them. It almost seemed like these shadows, which weren't being caused by any of the family members, were alive. Electrical appliances, safely unplugged, would suddenly spark and smoke, sometimes setting on fire, which would fill the air of the home with the bitter tang of burning wires and smoke, as if some sort of malevolent energy was toying with fire to instill fear in the family members. The crackling sounds that emerged from these unplugged appliances, echoing throughout the house as they sparked ablaze like laughter from beyond. And then there was Dawn Smurl, who was only 9 years old at the time, who began to tell her family that she would experience inexplicable cold spots throughout the home, where her breath would suddenly form misty clouds, even on warm summer days, that would suddenly go away in the blink of an eye. These cold spots would appear all throughout the house and seemed to be some sort of chilling harbinger of the supernatural siege to come. However, at first, as with every story of a haunting, the Smurls, clinging to logic, dismissed all of these peculiarities and occurrences as being caused by their aging house. They wrote these things off, they clung to their Catholic faith, and they stated, this is nothing more than the house settling. The cold spots must have been some sort of a draft. And yet, underneath the surface of the Smurl family home, an evil began to awaken. An evil that was possibly rooted in the cursed legacy of Queen Esther's vengeful slaughter, where the land itself seemed to exhale the breath of the dead. As the year 1974 dragged on, the
already
anomalies
scared.
and the paranormal experiences that the
The
Smurl
Altos are
family
blue pill.
experienced began to intensify, which enveloped the duplex in a palpable shroud of fear, as if the vengeful curse from Queen Esther's rock had begun to seep upwards through the earth, poisoning the very air that the Smurl family breathed with some sort of invisible toxin that clawed at their sanity. The atmosphere grew dense inside of the home, charged with an invisible malice that made the Smurl family's skin crawl and their hearts race, as the experiences that they were having began to become more frequent, more violent, and more frightening. For example, family members began to report hearing thunderous bangs from within the walls, as if enraged spirits were trapped within the walls, demanding to be acknowledged or let out. Banging which frequently occurred in the dead of night, which shattered the family's peace and left the family trembling in their beds with sweat-soaked sheets clinging to their bodies. At the same time that the Smurl family began to report experiencing more disturbing, more violent behavior throughout the home, Simon, the family's dog, his behavior turned increasingly frantic, as he began to frequently growl angrily at the doorways where no one was standing. His ears would suddenly twitch upward and his spine would harden, as if he were hearing inaudible murmurs, conversations, or screams. And the family even stated that it seemed like Simon, their dog, wanted to protect them against something that they couldn't see.
That has happened twice to me and once to Dawn, where the dog was, either we knew the dog was outside, we had let him out, or I always let him out if I'm going somewhere and I'm not going to be home. I came home, he was in. Or I know he's in, and the next thing I know, he's out. That is very upsetting. And of course, the two doors in the back are shut. So something opened the door and let him out.
Now, there has been many strange experiences with the dog. One in particular where you heard this howl coming from the dog, and the dog was sleeping right next to you.
One night we were laying in bed, we weren't sleeping as yet, and Simon started to howl. And it wasn't like a normal howl, okay? It was like something I would describe from the graveyard type. Very hair-raising type howling, and lasted for a long time, over a minute, okay? And what I tried to do first was I tried to take my hand
just
off
trying to make
the
sure you
bed
guys can hear it,
pet
okay?
Simon, and something was holding my hand back, and I couldn't move it. It was
Something
just
invisible, though.
right, and I couldn't move my hand. And
I don't want
so
it too
kept
much
trying
louder
to
than
push
me,
it
but I don't
forward,
want it.
but I couldn't do it, so I pulled it the opposite way, and it finally let go.
Difficult
Then
to
I
hear.
put my hand on Simon, and the howling continued all this time. I put my hand on Simon, and Simon was fast asleep. He was laying on his side with all four legs, on the, like on his side, fast asleep, very unaware of what was going on.
Certainly was not coming from the
No,
animal.
and no part of his body was moving at all. I had my hand right on his stomach, towards his shoulders, and there was no movement in Simon whatsoever.
And obviously, at this point, the Smurl family was incredibly frightened. They were hearing banging from within the walls, their dog was snarling at the shadows, they were smelling phantom smells, and feeling the presence of energies unknown, and they sought solace in their Catholic faith. The family gathered for nightly rosary prayers, but the disturbances appeared to make fun of their religiousness, surging in intensity precisely when they began to pray.
About right.
The beads slipping from the family's fingers while they were praying, as if they were snatched, ripped out of their hands by some sort of mocking, evil energy. But it wasn't just the Smurls that were experiencing the haunting. The neighbors in the houses adjacent to the Smurl family home began to talk amongst themselves about peculiar sounds that they heard late at night emanating from the duplex. Tales that resonated with locals because it seemed like they'd heard these stories before. Like I mentioned previously, there already existed local legends of unrest along the river's haunted shores, where that historical bloodshed lingered like a perpetual fog, blurring the line between the past and present horrors. However, the Smurls didn't move out. They refused to allow themselves to be frightened out of their own home, even though their prayers seemed to be doing nothing and actually seemed to be making the energy or the entities angry.
think it's
The
supposed to say
arrival
inner
of twins
circles,
Sharon
but
and
they
Karen
didn't double
Smurl in
check that.
September of 1978
infused the Smurl home with joy for a while, and it seemed at the time like they might have finally been turning a new leaf. Yet the birth of these twins amplified the family's exposure to these growing horrors, as if the new lives that had suddenly entered the home stirred the dormant curse and haunting to a greater ferocity. The cries of the newborn babies seemingly echoing throughout the home like invitations to the dark and demonic.
Well,
but things would
they were able to make more kids. Wasn't that bad?
Violent. According to the Smurl family, on one particularly dark evening, a light fixture was violently torn from the ceiling by a demonic force,
which plummeted down and struck Shannon Smurl, carving a large gouge into her head.
The blood vivid against her bright white skin. Watching this happen with her own eyes, Janet let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the house like a wall of despair. The spirits seemed to be getting more violent and more unruly.
And this event, where the light fixture came plummeting down from the ceiling as if ripped by an unseen violent force and struck Shannon Smurl in the head, can be seen in the new film The Conjuring Last Rites, where the production team attempted to replicate that event in its entirety, even portraying the events of the day beforehand. Here's a clip of the Smurls talking about this event themselves.
That was the night of Heather's confirmation. That was on April the 29th, 1985. Heather and Shannon and myself were in the kitchen, and I was pinning her collar onto her her confirmation robe. And we have a 4-foot by 2-foot ceiling light, and it came without no warning at all. In a matter of a split second, it came crashing down onto the kitchen table.
That must have been very frightening.
It was very frightening because we didn't know. It was unexpected, and it wasn't like a light that had broken naturally. It didn't tip, it didn't sway, it just came crashing down. And it gouged Shannon on the forehead, and it gouged a mark onto the refrigerator. And this was about a half an hour before we went to church. And when my father-in-law came over and looked at it, because he's very, very handy with these kind of things, he looked at it, he said, there is no way that this thing could have happened. One side would have broken, something would have given first, but this was nothing. In a matter of a split second, it crashed onto the table with no warning at all.
The Smurl family also began to report seeing, visibly, inky black masses that glided throughout the rooms of the home, their amorphous shapes undulating like living breaths of darkness, which left trails of bone-numbing cold that penetrated the Smurl family members to their core, freezing their blood in their veins and their souls in terror as they watched these shadows pass. This was something that became very common to the Smurls, these visible shadows that they were seeing with their own eyes drift room to room. And according to their own testimony, these shadow figures or forms always left an extreme blood-chilling cold in their wake. On one particularly disturbing night, Heather Smurl was deep asleep in her bedroom. The haunting was intense at this point, but they were still living in the house and she seemed to have been getting some good sleep. However, according to her testimony on this particular evening, at one point during this night, Heather was awoken from her sleep, and when she opened her eyes, she noticed something incredibly disturbing. Inside of her darkened closet, she saw 2 glowing crimson-red eyes peering at her from within the small room. Eyes that were filled with a gaze filled with ancient malice. Upon seeing these red eyes staring at her from within her closet, Heather was rendered speechless, and she was filled with primal dread for days afterwards, unable to get that vision of those bright red eyes out of her head. The appearance of those eyes had scarred Heather, and things only began to get worse from there. Remember how I told you that earlier the Smurls found it hard to pray inside of their home? It seemed like something was mocking them. It seemed like something didn't want them to pray. Their rosaries would slip from their fingers on accident while they were reciting Hail Marys. Well, this is when we see the haunting get much worse. And at this point, the family began to realize that they weren't dealing with Casper. They were possibly dealing with something from another realm, a more evil realm, a much darker place. This entity or these entities were not allowing the Smurl family to pray. And so the Smurls began to whisper of a demonic force, as they began to feel their house come alive with a rage, the very structure seeming to pulse with the echoes of a historical curse. each creak heard and felt inside of the home seeming to serve as some sort of a reminder of the land's unforgiving spirit.
And by the early to mid 1980s,
the duplex, the Smurl family home, had morphed into a cauldron of palpable evil. The entity's assaults on the family delving into the most intimate and profane realms, as if the curse of Queen Esther's bloody revenge had fully awakened. A curse which seemed to draw strength from the family's vulnerability in order to unleash its full fury. One day, Janet Smurl, according to her own testimony, was alone in the basement of the home on a crisp winter's evening. She was downstairs in the family house and was loading the washing machine with the family's dirty clothing. She was alone downstairs doing the laundry. The only sound echoing
Laundry
throughout
is
the
scary.
house being that of the faint hum of the upstairs TV, which was playing a game show at the time. According to Janet, while she was down there preparing the laundry load, she heard her name called in a soft, creepy female voice. And after she heard this voice, she froze in fear as the washing machine whirred to life. This time, according to Janet, there was no mistaking it. The voice repeated Janet from right behind her, almost directly into her ear, a whisper that was laced with teasing mockery and a faint giggle that turned Janet's blood to ice, which compelled her to rigidly back up towards the stairs in absolute terror. However, this time she wasn't going to back down. Gathering up her courage, Janet shouted out, "What do you want?" only to be met with silence, which was broken by the machine's hum and the sounds of the game show on the television upstairs. But when she turned her back again, the voice echoed again in that same derisive tone, "Janet." And this was her last straw. Janet dropped the items that she held in her hands and ran up the stairs, slamming the door, her heart pounding like a drum of doom. Something knew her name and something was calling out to her. But what exactly that was or what it wanted wasn't clear.
I was down in the basement doing clothes. I have my washer and dryer down there. And I had turned away from the washer. I was just getting ready to come upstairs to the kitchen. And I heard this female voice, and she said, "Janet, Janet," very clear, and I thought it was my sister. I said, "I'll be right up." Well, when I got to the top of the stairs,
and then she responded to
there
it.
was no one there.
Makes it
And
worse.
I was
Because then
alone in
it's
the
like,
house.
oh, you
Our
heard
door
me.
was locked. There was no way that anybody could have gotten into this house. I thought in the beginning, I thought, oh, it's only you. You're hearing things. That's exactly how I felt, that I had heard something. Mm-hmm. That particular day, the children had gone off to school, and it was kind of dreary. It was a rainy type of morning gray, so the light was on. When the children went out to school, and it brightened up in the room, so I turned the light out. I went upstairs to make the bed and collect the laundry, and when I came down, the lamp was on again. And I stopped and I thought, didn't I turn that light out? So I turned the light off again. I went into the kitchen and did the dishes, and I was going down to do the laundry, and I came up and the light was on again. This happened about 4 or 5 times within an hour that light kept going up. Now, that is a 3-way light, but we keep regular light bulbs in it because the kids always knock it over, and we're always replacing the light bulbs.
The 3-way bulbs are expensive.
Right, so you would have to turn the light 2 times before.
Oh, it goes on.
Right, before, you just don't go over and, it's not 3-way now.
Mm-hmm.
But that light would always be on. So it would have to click twice before the light, and I didn't do it, and there was no one here to turn the light on.
Soon afterwards, Jack Smurl faced a parallel violation when, on one particularly eerie evening, he awoke in the middle of the night, paralyzed in his bed. And when he looked down at his feet, what he claimed he saw was absolutely horrifying. According to Jack, when he looked down, he saw a shadowy female figure crawling up on his body. Its breath hot and absolutely rancid, like rotting flesh.
And after waking up from his slumber and noticing this demonic creature crawling towards him, when Jack looked around him, he noticed that he was levitating about 4 feet off of the bed, suspended in midair, with a demonic, evil spirit crawling up his leg towards him.
He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This shadowed female body was in an inhuman way
exorcism participant.
Bed,
I should put that on. I should put that on a shirt. It's kind of funny.
Whispering seductive, with each whisper blowing hot, rancid air up his nose. He couldn't move.
And according to Jack's testimony, he was actually raped by the spirit.
Oh shit.
Sexually assaulted by a demon.
These encounters, according to the Smurls, desecrated the sanctity of their marriage, which planted seeds of mistrust and fear, which eventually blossomed into a nightly vigil that the family began to hold against the unseen demonic force. Karen Smurl, who at the time was barely a toddler, on one dark night began to scream violently as her baby crib rocked back and forth with a violent force, with invisible hands shaking the structure as if in rage. When the family members snatched Karen out of the crib, it stopped rocking. But this was, once again, really only the beginning, because eventually the violence in the home surged with a sadistic precision, which turned the Smurl family home into a reported spiritual battlefield, where no corner of the house offered any sanctuary or reprieve. Simon, the faithful German shepherd, the family's dog, during one violent incident, was suddenly lifted by an unseen force, levitated off of the ground, and slammed against a wall, his agonizing yelp reverberating like a cry from the depths. This levitating of the family dog and slamming of it against the wall was witnessed reportedly by the children and some family members, which left them in deep despair. Mary Smurl, who would actually suffer a heart attack that she blamed on the ceaseless stress of living in the home, clutched her chest one evening in the dimly lit living room, her face absolutely drained of color amid the encroaching shadows that seemed to feed on her weakness. As she sat there in the living room clutching her chest, feeling a pain within her own body, a heavy mirror in the dining room plummeted to the floor without warning, its glass splintering and shattering in a deafening crash that echoed throughout the house like a scream, with shards of glass narrowly missing Heather Smurl and shattering across the floor like demonic fingers.
She described as like a small black animal that was walking around the house, or that she happened to see when she was either going upstairs to go into bed. I think she was going upstairs to go into bed. And she described this small black, like a small animal when she was putting out the lights. Do you happen to remember that incident?
When she realized what she had seen, she was upstairs in the bedroom. But the first time she saw this thing, she was watching television. My father-in-law was playing cards, and she had all the lights out in the room except for the television, which is bright. It throws off the light. And she said all of a sudden, this black animal ran right past her to the corner of a love seat that she has in her living room. The love seat is also a bed. It opens up into a bed, so that the bottom comes completely to the floor, maybe about an inch off of the floor. She said this thing stopped, and she said like it ran under or into the couch. But she said there's no way it could go under the couch because there is not enough room. Tried to move it away from the wall. She couldn't see any animal. She said all she could see is the back end of that it had no tail, and she couldn't see the face or a head. And then around Christmas time, she has this ceramic bowl that she keeps on her coffee table in the living room. And during the Christmas holiday, her and Jack were upstairs and her upstairs, and she had this on a little table in the hallway. And all of a sudden, she said, "Oh my God, this is kind of like what I saw run past me in the living room."
In other words, about that size.
About that size. And she said the legs were the way the legs were shaped basically is what she saw. But she said she did not see a tail or a head, a face.
John
That's gross.
and Mary Smurl, we are here at the home of the senior Smurls. We have been investigating the phenomena taking place in their son and daughter-in-law's home. This is the other half of a duplex home at 332 now, Chase Street in West Pittston, Pennsylvania. Jack, or I'm persistent in calling you Jack, John and Mary have also experienced phenomena on this side. While they were away from this home, there were noises that would take place. They would hear this from the other side. There would be nobody in this home at all on this side of the house. When Mary and John came home, they had found a china cabinet in the kitchen had actually been moved. How far away from the wall had that been moved, Mary?
I'd say about 18 inches.
About 18 inches, full of china. Yeah. Right?
Jeez.
Now, is that something that you could really move that easily?
No, it's hard, very hard to move.
I could move it if she
Well,
could.
no.
But nobody was in the house.
Nobody.
I like how he was like, I could move it, but she couldn't. Like, that mattered. Like, I could move it. Like, it's not that hard. All right, strong man. All right. I know.
Now, there have been other things that you have been witness to. You people have experienced heavier pounding sounds than they have next door. Now, you're a little bit hard of hearing. I understand you
Yeah.
lost 60% of your hearing.
Yeah.
But you could hear these noises.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what
Jeez,
did you
that's
hear,
scary.
John?
Like a loud crash.
Like a loud, how close to you did that occur?
You think they're right on top?
Like it was right on top
Right
of
alongside the bed.
it was like where the night table would be?
Yeah,
No,
between that
no,
and the
it would
closet.
be over like on the other side of the bed, or else it was either there or up over the top, like, you know what I mean, in the attic. Like, because if you hit it up there, it would be the same noise practically, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And, but we had the pounding in the closets, and on my night table every night I have it.
Mhm.
And first I didn't think, you know, that it was that, but it surely was.
Mm-hmm.
And so then when we're down to my daughter's for Thanksgiving, and we were gone from Wednesday until Sunday, and my son couldn't go, him and his family, because he had to fix his bathroom. The tile was coming out. So he heard water running, and so it's like somebody walking around over here. So he kept listening and listening. He said, Janet, he said, you know, he said, I think there's somebody over in my mother's house. And
That's so interesting because they're
and
in their
come
home.
over.
They're in their home doing these interviews, right? And then, like, I don't know if this is before or after the activity, but like the fact that their equipment
And
goes
he
off,
was
like,
all around, but he couldn't
acts
find
up.
anything.
It's
But
interesting.
my cupboard doors were open, and there was water in the sink. Now there shouldn't have been any water in the sink because when we're gone that how many days from Wednesday until Sunday.
Right. There'd be no reason why the water would be there.
Yeah, and then we went out another night to the doctor's, and Jackie heard this water running, and the toilet flushing kept flushing all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so he came over, wasn't it? He came over and he looked to see if there was anything wrong with it. There wasn't. There was nothing wrong with it. It was just that it was flushing.
Now, you were in this room, in your living room.
I was
here.
sitting over there. You mean about the animal?
Yes.
I was
explain
sitting
about
right there, and my husband went to play cards that night. It was his card night.
Mm-hmm.
And John, she was left back because Jack and them went up to the Ponderosa, and I was here by myself. And I turned the lights off and just had the TV
Kinda
light
weird
on
name.
because I figured there was enough
Toilet
light
machine?
for me,
Oh, I
and
know.
I was just happy, you know, sitting here. So all of a sudden,
Hey, it's the
I
70s,
just
so
happened
God
to
knows
look
what.
over, like over here, and I saw this animal there, but I just went like this, and just when I went like that, it was gone. It looked just like a puppy, like, you know what I mean? Like one of these new puppies, like, you know, that was just born. But it didn't have I couldn't see the head that was down, and I couldn't see no tail.
Okay,
what color
consistent
was
with the
It was
last
sort of a
thing.
brownish like,
Dark?
dark, yeah,
Dark color.
yeah, dark color.
Did that frighten you?
Well, for the moment,
You were startled.
yeah, I was talking, who else was I going to scream to?
Yeah, you
There
were all
was
by
nobody,
yourself.
there was nobody in the both sides.
Lorraine, when I go home, every light in the house is...
Oh, when you
She
came
was-
home
she was
that night,
scared.
every night, I think she was scared then, John. Now, John, is there anything...
Lorraine is savage. Hold on, let's gonna go back real quick, like a few seconds, and just listen to that exchange between her and John.
Yeah, I was talking, who else was I going to scream to?
Yeah, you
There
were all
was
by
nobody,
yourself.
there was nobody in the both sides.
Lorraine, when I go home, every light in the house is...
Oh, when you
She
came
was-
home
she was
that night,
scared.
every night, I think she was scared then, John. Now,
So I don't even know what he says. He's basically like, well, yeah, like he's very like. I'm gonna watch it again. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I was talking.
Listen to Lorraine. She's great.
yeah, you
There
were all
was
by
nobody,
yourself.
there was nobody in the both sides.
Lorraine, when I go home, every light in the house is...
Oh, when you
She
came
was-
home
she was
that night,
scared.
every night, I think she was scared then, John. Now, John, is there anything...
Like no.
other
She
than
was
what your
scared.
wife has just explained
Hello.
that you have personally witnessed in this?
Well, the one morning, I don't know, was it last week or the week before, when I get up in the morning, I get up, I leave her asleep.
He dresses in the back bedroom.
And I
right in the back bedroom. I have my clothes, you know, so I don't disturb her. So I open up and get a clean shirt, and my pants and stuff, and I keep socks, you know, stuff like that. Side note.
I love it because it's Ed who's using the camera. He's, you know what I mean? This is so
But the
pre.
heat don't overheat like an arm.
It's so cute.
Naturally, you get a
They started this all, you
When
know.
the heat is cutting in.
when it's expanding or contracting.
Mm-hmm.
But when I reach in, you know, where I could reach the whole of the pipe, you know, cold.
The pipes were cold. Well, you've sure had your share.
Well, we used to have the smell. It was
Oh,
like
yeah.
a mold, and we'd go to church and come back, and sure enough, that mold
Yeah.
was there. But then it would leave, you know, right away. But and then to me now, it didn't bother him, but it used to throw up like a suck, and in my nose, and I couldn't hardly breathe. And I used to say that went on for how many months? And I said to Janet, I said, my heavens, how long do I have to go like this? I said, with that thing throwing out that suck. And but see, I used to see forms,
What is
like,
it,
you know what I mean?
putrid?
I went into my bedroom one night, it was dusk, and this form came out from like the back of the door, like just like this, you know. And I went back, and I went back out into the hall. And so then I didn't tell him, I just told him tonight, that I seen a form a couple nights ago coming down the steps there, and all of a sudden it disappeared. And then I saw it again, where did I say? Oh, the bathroom. When I went to the bathroom last night. And it seemed like it came from the curtain in the bathroom, like, you know, across.
From that area.
Yeah.
Now, how tall was the form, Mary?
Well, it just like was, you know, like shot, like was going through the air, like, you know what I mean, like in the air or
Yeah.
something, you know.
Would it be the size of an adult person?
More so, like, yeah.
Was it shadowy, or could you see
Like
through
a black, like a shadowy, like, you know, color like
Black.
She's making it
Yeah,
very
yeah.
clear, Lorraine.
like a black form?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And and the knocking, we've heard the knocking now in the front bedroom. We've heard it now, but every night it's knocking on my side.
Oh, hell
because
no.
The fella got it the last time he was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got it. Michael got it.
Yeah, Michael got it on tape.
Yeah.
That's what Chris has posted.
And now
there
it's in.
tonight.
And Jackie last night, or not last, yeah, last night it was. And the night before, he sprayed that incense, you know, like he opened the door, you know, in there. And see, I had Christmas bows and things in a bag. And so when I looked today, I opened the door because I had to hang my coat up in there because it was hanging for 2 days, it's kind of frayed.
Yeah.
And so I opened the door and I thought, well, here goes. So I seen these here bows all in the front of the door, like where they might have been, you know,
Disrupted.
yeah, disrupted in there. Jack said toward the last he sprayed it once, and then he said when it was started a pound, he said he just opened the door and give it some more, you know.
Right.
And you have to laugh at him sometimes.
I know.
Very well.
Let me
Incense? So what, like sage? Is that what he's using to try to like get rid of this? Is that what it sounds like? I'm gonna go back.
In a bag. And so when I looked today, I opened the door because I had to hang my coat up in there because it was hanging for 2 days, it's kind of frayed.
Yeah.
And so I opened the door and I thought, well, here goes. So I seen these here bows all in the front of the door, like where they might have been, you know,
Disrupted.
yeah, disrupted in there. Jack said toward the last he sprayed it once, and then he said when it was started a pound, he said he just opened the door and give it some more, you know.
Right.
And you have to laugh at him sometimes.
I know.
Very well.
Let me ask both of you, as I asked your son and daughter-in-law, independent of each other, what do you feel is wrong in these two apartments here? Do you feel that the phenomena is of a haunting nature? What do you really feel?
Yeah, I think so, because you feel very uncomfortable.
How about you, John?
But we try to keep our
For me to
our
say
goal.
what I like, because
You've never
I,
experienced it before, huh?
no, I had a rough life growing up, and I swear to God I'd never treat my grandchildren or my children bad. I never did.
No, I don't
No,
think
I
you'd be
mean-
that tight. Yeah,
But I believe,
you believe, especially when you're experiencing it.
no, well, you didn't even have to explain, just to listen to it, because don't you know
Make stories.
the story.
Some people will say, oh, well, how old is your mother-in-law? Oh, she's so-and-so. Oh, she must be going through the, what do you call it? what they call it?
The change.
Right? Senile.
Senile.
Oh, Mary, I would never take you for
And what do you
senile.
call her? Janet says, holy cow, she said, my mother-in-law is anything but senile. She said,
Oh, no.
the kids don't let her get senile.
No.
No, because everybody,
Wow.
the doctors, they couldn't understand how old I was or anything.
I'm very, very surprised.
Yeah.
Tell us, I imagine you're very proud of how old are both of you?
I'm 70, well, I'll be 71 in June.
I'll be 72.
Well, God bless you. It's not that one of you looks that.
49 years this August.
49. Oh, next year you'll be your 50th.
Yeah.
Really that.
And my
How
daughter-
cute are they? How
my
cute
daughter's
is she?
gonna be her 25th
Oh,
this
that's
year, in
beautiful.
July.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
beautiful. Well, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate
You
it.
probably got everything probably done.
Oh, I
from
did.
Before,
Thank you
yeah.
so very much.
Yeah.
It's my bad side, you know.
Well, we
Thank you.
can't understand, I mean,
You
this
might
your stuff.
be a Chris, my other nephew.
Yeah, the
grandson.
Chris that's there.
He is Chris.
Throughout this time
Oh,
period,
Chris,
the
I guess
family's
that's her son
prayers
instead,
were
not
constantly
Ed.
interrupted
Right?
by
Is it
mocking and disturbing
the
inhuman
son or the
whispers
friend or something?
that, according to the family, mocked their Catholic devotion with a chilling glee. Everything was ramping up in the Smurl family home at this point. Prayers were being whispered, mirrors were shattering, babies' cribs were rocking by themselves, the German Shepherd was levitated and thrown against a wall. The house itself seemed to breathe with hostility, its walls contracting and expanding as if it was alive, inhaling the family's growing terror and exhaling it back in waves of amplified dread.
This one particular day, I went to the store and I came home. The front door was unlocked and pushed over to the wall.
Not just ajar.
Not just ajar, pushed over. So I got a little bit upset. I thought, oh my gosh, somebody's in the house. Well, when I came in, of course, there was nobody here. Now, that happened many times with the door. This one particular day, again, we were getting ready to go camping, so I went to the store, and of course, all the children were in school. And as I was pulling up in front of the house, my nephew was coming in the front door, and I could see that the door, again, was pushed right over to the wall. So I thought Don had come in from school. It was around 2:45, 2:30. And I thought, well, maybe Don's home now. So I was coming into the door about 2 seconds after my nephew, and he's standing just about right here, and he's hollering for Don. And I said, is she home? He said, she must be, Aunt Janet, the door's open. So I hollered for her. I said, Don, no answer. And I looked, because she always puts her books down in a certain place, and I looked, and her purse was not there. I said, she's not here. And in that period of time, Don came into the house. Now, no one else was here. We need a key to get in, and yet the door was wide open.
And things were really escalating at this point. For years, Janet specifically had been experiencing lots of paranormal activity in the home, and had at times even heard the spirits mimic her own voice. One time, while she was in the bedroom with her husband Jack, their dresser was shoved against a door by a phantom force in order to trap her and Jack inside of the bedroom. And Janet frequently talked about how she experienced a pervasive sense of an evil presence from within the home, including feeling being watched or followed. On one chilling evening, when she awoke in bed, she saw a dark, man-like form standing over the bed, which dissipated when she turned on the light. On another evening, just like her husband Jack reported, she claimed that she was raped by the spirits. This is a direct quote from the book The Haunting, published by the Smurl family in conjunction with an author who helped them write down their experiences. Janet was awakened one night by a crushing weight that seemed to pin her to the bed. She opened her eyes and saw a dark, indistinct female form leaning over her. The form was somehow both solid and transparent, and it exuded an aura of malevolence that terrified her. She tried to scream but could not. The entity began to fondle her, and then it raped her. The experience was so traumatic that Janet was left shaking and sobbing, and when Jack...
The crazy part is that her husband said that it happened to him, but it made her, like, uncomfortable because it made her think that that wasn't true and that he was trying to make something up because, like, that something actually happened. Like... Does that make sense? Like, that she... Like, they were suspicious. There was suspicion that came between them when it happened to him. And then now it happens to her. That's... Ugh, that's a horrible way to find out the truth. Saying.
Awoke, he found her curled into a ball, her nightgown torn, and her body marked with bruises. There was also another terrifying physical incident that Janet experienced when an unseen force violently threw her across the room, causing her to hit her head against a wall, resulting in a visible bruise. And chillingly, in a truly disturbing twist, one evening when Janet was alone in her room, she saw a striking, grotesque vision. In the darkness of the room, she saw what looked like a pig-like face with tusks that appeared to her in her bedroom, and she interpreted this as a physical manifestation of the demon.
Well, I have been pulled out of bed. I have been, after your first visit, I was hit. It hit me.
What part of your body did it hit?
Always my legs or my feet. I think this was about in June. It was very warm this one night, and I couldn't fall asleep. And all of a sudden, I heard these voices, and they were very loud, very clear. They were saying, female voices. One woman was saying, "How many times do I have to tell you? I'm sick and tired of telling you. What am I going to do with you?" And she carried on and on. So I thought it was my mother-in-law. I thought, what is she doing at 20 to 1 in the morning, hollering at my father-in-law?
But that wouldn't be characteristic.
Hollering, not my hollering.
Like her at all.
That's kind of
and
funny.
especially
Sorry.
him, once he goes to sleep,
There's no communicating.
no, you can't wake him up. I got up.
Oh, yeah,
and I
'cause
thought
he has
maybe
no-
it's the neighbors. So I looked out of the window, and
Yes.
all the homes were in darkness.
So you knew it couldn't be
So
coming
I-
from any of the homes.
Right. So I got
Hearing,
back
he's
into
hearing
bed,
impaired. God, I
and
can't think.
hear this terrible walking up and down the hallway, very heavy, like somebody weighed 400 or 500 pounds. Terrible, frightening walk. And I laid there and I was scared to death. And I thought, am I the only one that hears this? You must be going crazy. So it stopped and I got up out of bed and I came down here
You're
all by
crazy.
myself, all by myself. And I opened the kitchen window because it was very warm, and I came in here. Simon came with me, and I had a cigarette, and I thought, well, I'll just wait a while. And as I'm sitting here, the heavy walking was continuing,
Back and forth
back
in your
and
home.
forth in the hallway, and I thought, am I crazy? My whole family's upstairs. So I put the ashtray on the kitchen table, and I left the window open. That's how I knew I wasn't dreaming in the morning. When I went back upstairs to bed, and I got in, it was banging like somebody had fists and was banging it on top of our triple dresser in the bedroom.
Wow.
I tried to wake Jack up. No way could I wake him up. I had my whole body wrapped around him, trying to pull him to awaken him, and I couldn't. After I laid there, the dog was very restless. He kept pacing back and forth, back and forth. He came over to me because he knew I was awake, and he put his mouth on my arm, and he tried to pull me out of the bed.
The dog did.
Right now, he has done this
Oh, wow.
in the bathroom too, where he has tried to pull me out of the bathroom. And then he laid down on my side, which is very odd. He always lays down on Jack's side of the bed. He laid down by me, and I petted him. I petted him for a while. Like he did not want to leave my side. And I could not understand why. I was the only one in this house that heard all this all night. It was all night this carried on.
Now, most likely, the other members of the family were in this phantomania state because it was meant to occur to you. It was meant to frighten you. It was reaching out to you, and it was meant to do it in a terrifying manner.
Oh, the next morning I said to him, I explained to him everything that had happened the night before, and he said, oh, it did not. I said, I will tell you if I was dreaming. And I went into the kitchen, and there, the kitchen window was open, and there was the ashtray right where I had left. I said, Jack, I know I was not dreaming.
Okay, now you were doing that in order to help
Wow.
yourself to be in touch with reality.
That I knew that this was
You were
not a
physically
dream,
here.
that I was here.
That you were physically in this room with the animal during the
Right.
night by yourself.
Right,
And
because I really did. There were times when I thought I was losing my mind. I would be sitting at the kitchen table, and I would be making a store list out. The front door would open, slam, and this voice would say, Janet! And again, it was a female voice. I would say, come on in, I'm in the kitchen. Nobody came, so I got up, I came in here, doors closed. But yet it has done that many times, opened the door and slammed it. And the voice. Now, all summer long, it would call me, Mom,
Mom,
Mom, Mom. And I would
Oh my
say,
God.
What?
That would
And
drive
of
me
course,
crazy.
There was nobody here, and I would be running from room to room. The one night Jack was over talking to his mother, and the 2 older girls were in the kitchen, and the 2 younger ones were outside playing. And I was coming out of the bathroom, and this voice is saying, "Honey!" And that's what Jack does to me when he's fooling around. And I'm saying, "What? What?" Well, no answer. I go down to the bedroom. He's not there. I come downstairs. I said, "What does your father want? Where is he?" "Dad's not here. He's
What does he want?
At Grandma's." So I asked him. I said, "Were you yelling up to me?" He said, "No." Most of the time, it is a female voice that I hear.
The first priest to visit the Smurl home was named Father Raymond.
And then so far they've made it pretty clear that it's female, and then she keeps hearing that's I won't like. Nope, that won't be good for me.
A longtime family friend of the Smurls. He was invited over to the family's duplex for dinner one evening during the worst part of the spiritual siege, at which point the Smurls told him about the problems they'd been experiencing in the home. At the time, the family was relieved to find that the father took their words seriously and believed them. However, after Father Karsiak went upstairs and began spraying the property with holy water, he then told the Smurls that he suddenly realized he was in the presence of something evil. He said, "You're nice, normal people, and this shouldn't be happening to you." As the priest talked to the family upstairs, Janet could see that he had begun to sweat and was becoming increasingly nervous. The Smurls had the sense that the presence...
Well, yeah, because if a priest is called in and he has to handle it, and he's never actually had to handle something like this, it's too much. Like, this is when people were not, like... They were more likely to be told that they were crazy over being believed as a haunting, if that makes sense. So when somebody hears, "Oh, this is happening," and he knows that he has to be the one to do it,
was applying pressure on Father Karsiak to leave their house. Nonetheless, the priest continued to go throughout the home, blessing each room with holy water and commanding the demon to leave these people alone. At one point, though, the pressure became so much on the priest, and he looked so shaken, that Janet and Jack were afraid he might pass out. But Father Karsiak bravely finished the blessing, then had some coffee in the kitchen with the couple, and left. To their surprise, the Smurls found that for 3 days following the blessing, their home was untroubled by the demon. But after those 3 days of peace, the demon returned several weeks later and began trying once again to dominate the Smurls. This was signaled by an especially troubling incident in which Mary Smurl, whose health remained bad, found herself lifted, along with her mattress, so high in the air that she was forced to jump to the ground from the levitated bed, badly bruising her knees. Her husband, who was out playing cards at the time, became incredibly angry when Mary told him the story, and he helped Jack and Mary reach their decision to call Monsignor Francis Kane to come once again bless the duplex. The Monsignor went through the house and blessed each room with holy water, and once again, according to the family, this blessing kept the demon at bay for several days. Unfortunately, its return was signaled when closet doors began opening and banging shut at will. Here's a clip of the Smurls talking about these closet doors opening and shutting by themselves.
In the springtime, you would be up in the bedroom, and our bedroom closet door is a louvered door that does not have a handle to open and close like a regular door. It is a louvered door that comes together in the middle. You push it sideways, and the door comes together this way. It's on a hinge, and it's on a rod at the top. We have tried to do this many times, and we thought it was very strange. This door would open and shut, and there is no way. We can't do it. We've tried to do it, and it's impossible. You cannot open the door and pull it back. You have to push it in the middle.
It's on a track.
It's on a track. The door hinges out towards you, almost like
accordion.
Like an accordion.
How fast would you say that it's going?
Oh, it was going very fast. It would be going back and forth, and you cannot do that. There is no way that you can do that. In the beginning, it would open the door and just leave it in that position. So I would go over and close the door, and it would do it again. But this one particular day, I was getting dressed and I was sitting on the bed and I was putting my shoes on, and this door started to go back and forth, back and forth. So I hollered at this thing. I said, will you knock it off? I'm in no mood for you today. And the door shut.
Listen to you.
So then I got up and I started to do something, and it opened and shut and opened and shut. And I said, didn't I tell you to knock it off? And it went, shh, door closed. It's totally impossible. My husband has tried to do that. There is no way that you can do that with that door.
The Smurls then began keeping a diary of the events at the suggestion of a university researcher who had spent most of his life investigating the paranormal, which gave them a record and showed them certain patterns, such as how the entity would draw energy from them and use it against them if they were very upset about something. The Smurls considered going public at the time, such as calling a nearby TV station, but decided against it because they feared people would think they were either crazy or making the whole thing up. Fortunately, though, it was at this time that Janet Smurl received one of the most important phone calls of her life from a friend of hers who lived just outside town named Carla Davies, a phone call which eventually led to the family's contact with Ed and Lorraine Warren. However, this was frustrating for the Smurls. They felt like they couldn't get help from the church because diocese officials are often skeptical of the supernatural, as they fear being drawn into a hoax or something that will later be explained away by perfectly logical means. However, this leads to one of the most chilling events in the entire story. On one day, feeling like they needed help more than any other time, after Jack reported being raped by the succubus, Janet Smurl called the local diocese office. Someone in the office picked up the phone, and she began relating their troubles. The man on the phone identified himself as a Father O'Leary, and after listening to Janet's pleas for help, Father O'Leary promised to take the matter to the chancellor at the diocese and get back to her. However, later on, when Janet called the diocese back again after hearing nothing, they said they had no idea who Father O'Leary was. There was no Father O'Leary in the diocese office, and they had no record of a Father O'Leary ever visiting or even being present in the facility. This, to Janet and Jack, chilled them to the bone, and it led them to believe that the demon that was haunting their house and their family had impersonated a priest on the phone specifically to delay a cleansing of the home and to make a fool out of her, to make her feel more crazy, instill her with false hope, and damage her credibility. And that's because when Janet then called the real chancellor, Father Gerald F. Mullally, the next day he listened politely, but his voice became tight and guarded when she mentioned the supernatural. Father Mullally promised to take the matter under consideration and to get back to Janet the next day, but he never called back. Now, after facing outcry from the Smurls' Catholic friends, the diocese eventually did dispatch a priest to their home.
I don't like that.
And it turned into
thing.
a sort of pseudo-political thing within the church, where there were priests that wanted to help the family, there were priests from other dioceses that wanted to come out and help the family, but the church itself was afraid to break protocol. And later on, when the Smurls went to the media and turned to them for help, the church actually got upset with them because they claimed that they hadn't come to them first, which was a lie, according to the Smurls, because they had been begging for help for months, for years.
And this only amplified their own isolation inside of a home that now pulsed with an almost ancient, vengeful energy, which some would claim was drawn from the blood-soaked soil nearby. However,
that
bringing
thing is
the
so
priest
weird
in
looking.
to attempt to
That
bless
weird
the
thing with
home,
the cross,
according to the Smurls,
strange.
only made things worse.
Like, I understand what it's
paranormal
supposed to represent,
phenomena
just
raged
strange.
on with a renewed viciousness. In the middle of the night, the Smurl family's mattresses would shake and vibrate as if they themselves were possessed by seismic fury, jolting the family awake night after night with screams and their hearts hammering in fear. The motion of the bed evoking the subterranean shifts of old mines or the stamping and stomping of historical ghosts. Footsteps began to echo even more heavily and even more frequently throughout the home's attic, deliberate, heavy, and ominous, accompanied by guttural, inhuman whispers that seemed to slither from within the walls like venomous serpents, whispers that mocked the family, and sometimes, according to them, threatened them. Janet Smurl seemed to be one of the members of the family that was targeted by this haunting the most. In one chilling incident, Janet was alone. She was relaxing. Nothing bad had happened that day. Everything seemed to be normal. That is, until, while she was alone, she was confronted by a black, inky mass that hovered over her bed its form undulating like a living heartbeat of darkness. As Janet sat staring at this morphing, amorphous black orb, she felt a chill radiate through her entire body that seemed like it froze her all the way to her soul. As she stared at this black, amorphous mass, it seemed to whisper to her, whisper of eternal damnation, almost like a threat, before it eventually vanished into thin air. The Smurl children, who were innocent victims in this nightmarish haunting, seemed to bear the brunt, though.
At one point, one of the Smurl daughters even claimed that she had been violently pushed down the stairs by the demonic entity and escaped from the incident covered in deep bruising and bloody cuts. And this entity would frequently mess with the children's toys. For example, in the book The Haunted, it states, "One afternoon, Janet came home to find her daughter's toys scattered all over the living room floor, though the girls swore they had been put away earlier." And in a separate quote from the book, the authors state, "Another time, the children's toys were found stacked in a bizarre pyramid shape in the middle of the room, an arrangement that none of the family members could explain."
I had a bracelet I had brain surgery 2 years ago, and I have a stainless steel bracelet that I wear, a medical alert bracelet, which says that, you know, I could have seizures, and that I am also allergic to penicillin, okay? And it has a chain, it has a special lock on it. It's special made so you can't lose it, okay? That's the reason for it. I never take this thing off except when I take a shower, okay? Now, the one night I went up to take a shower, and I took my metal off, and I took my bracelet off, and I put it on top of the towel cabinet in the bathroom. While I was sitting on the commode, I was cutting my toenails, I could hear 3 raps on the wall.
In the bathroom.
Right, but along with the 3 raps, with the first rap, I thought I could hear the ting of metal. It was like unusual. It was 3 raps on the wall, but yet on that first rap, there was like a tinging noise, like metal against metal.
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
So I didn't pay any attention because this is common happenings in our house, so I continued to cut my toenails, and it rapped 3 more times. But this time, it was just 3 raps, no metal noise. So I got in the shower, I took a shower, I come out, I put my metal on, I went to put my bracelet on, my bracelet was gone. I never left the bathroom, never opened the bathroom door. I took everything in the bathroom.
Commode.
I looked in the commode, looked in the waste paper basket, where the towels were, the hamper, moved everything, and it was nowhere to be found. Then it dawned on me that the first time I heard the rap,
You heard the pinging of
I heard the pinging, that the chain must have, when it picked it up, it must have pinged off of the top of the cabinet, and it's gone.
And is that also metal, the cabinet?
Correct. Correct.
That is also metal.
And I haven't seen it since. It hasn't come back. So that's basically, and then I was missing a white shirt, which was gone for about a year. That has never returned, okay? But along this same thing, it was right by the chimney. Now that's the chimney that used to be functional when they had the coal stove in the kitchen.
Okay.
Okay, it's no longer functional because when we had a new roof put on the house, we had it knocked off at the roof line, so that the chimney is just basically just standing there, and it's of no use anymore. So Janet and I both had the feeling that possibly this could be the place, because this is where I heard the pinging noise, that this could possibly be the place to store these things. So on one Sunday, I took the ladder, we went up into the attic. I went up to the attic, and we went back to we went up just generally to look in the attic to see if we could find any places where we could find any of this stuff. So we couldn't find anything. But while I was up in the attic, something made me feel that I had to go to the back of the house. So I went to the back of the house, and as I'm looking around in there, it dawns on me, and I'm looking at this chimney that stops at the roof line. So I got up on the ladder, a small ladder I had, and I couldn't get my head in there to look down with a flashlight because it wasn't cut off enough. And the bricks were too hard to pull off. The mortar was too hard. So I said to Janet...
Been there a good many years.
Right. And I said to Janet, I said, I'm going to have to come up here with a hammer and a chisel and stuff, and I said, I'm going to have to take this thing apart, because I said, you know, this mortar is like iron. Because when this house was built, everything, even the walls, star drills wouldn't go through them. You know, it's very well built. So about 2 weeks later,
back in the day when they
frustrated again with things missing.
Actually made something to
we
last.
Went back up to the attic. My daughter and Dawn and Janet was by the opening, but still on the ladder. And I went up there, and I put the ladder up there, and I had the hammer and the chisel and all my tools ready. And I went up there, and the whole chimney is soaking wet all the way around.
And yet there's no way that water could get in there because...
None.
It has no opening outside at all.
Right, and 2 weeks prior to that, it was as solid as iron. So now I just went up and I just started taking the bricks off by one, and when I hit all that was in between them was sand. There was no sign of mortar left at all, except 5 feet down, and then the rest was solid like it was 2 weeks prior. But from it was just like it was telling me, go ahead, take the chimney down.
Because it's not
You're not
there.
going to find anything anyway.
No,
And
to satisfy your curiosity.
right, and it's still like that because when like the two researchers were here, when Mike and Tony were here, we went up into the attic. Now, one of the things in relationship to the chimney that we also noted was the first time we were up there, all the times we were up there, I should say, we noticed that when we were by the chimney, there was scratching on the roof, like there were a couple hundred birds or something scratching on the roof.
Or squirrels.
Or squirrels or something like that. We noticed that the first time we were up there. The second time my daughter got a little bit frightened because it was, it's pretty loud noise. And it isn't there when you first get there, you have to wait a couple of minutes. And then of course when Charlie, the researcher, and Tony were up there with myself, the same thing happened to us again, like scratching all around up above us, okay?
But yet nothing was on the roof.
Nothing.
Well, nothing was on the roof.
The first time we even sent Heather out to the backyard, we said, Heather, go outside and look up on the roof and see if you can see any birds. She said, no, there's nothing up there. But yeah, you could hear this, and it was loud, like a loud scratching.
Oh.
Not like a squirrel would make. It was really loud.
Like a cat or...
Even louder than like a large animal. Very loud
And there would be
scratching.
no way that a large animal
No.
could get on that roof.
No.
These earrings, I've had a few experience
earrings.
with the earrings. It's not that they're very expensive because I do have expensive ones, but these were just maybe $10 or $15. But I liked them because of the way they were made. They were made so that a piece goes, it was all one piece. You didn't have to have a backing on it. The piece would go through your ear and it would have a special lock on the back. The first time I wore them that I had something happen to them, we were camping, and it just so happened I had left them on at home. I didn't take them off. And while we were there overnight, in the morning I got up and I left them in my ears when I went to bed so I wouldn't lose them. In the morning, the earrings were gone. So we looked all over for them. Jack and the kids, we shook the sleeping bags. We took the whole place apart. We couldn't find them. In the meantime, I made breakfast. I was brushing the girls' hair. I went to do the dishes, and when I pulled my hands out of the dishwater, the earrings were slipped onto my finger.
Onto over your finger, like the rings.
Right,
Okay.
just like a ring. 2 of them. And I thought, I would have seen it.
Of course.
I would have seen them long before this. So they were not on my hand when I got up in the morning. The second time they were
that's
missing,
weird.
I had worn them on a Wednesday at home, and I took them off, and I have a place I put them because I wear them the most. When I went to get them on Friday, the earrings were gone. Could not find them. The kids looked. I said, well, maybe it took them and put them in your jewelry. We looked every place. Could not find the earrings. About 2 weeks later, I was getting ready to take a shower, and Jack's medical bracelet came into my mind. Maybe it took his medical bracelet and put it in his jewelry box, because Jack has a little jewelry box where he keeps tie clips and cufflinks, but he never uses it. It could sit there for a year and he wouldn't open it.
You're a very informal man.
Yes. So I thought, that's an idea. So I went down into the bedroom and opened the jewelry box, and I let out one yell, because there in the front of his jewelry box, and now on top of his jewelry box he has American Rifleman magazines piled up, so you know it's not well used. And when I opened it up, there, as nice as you please, were my 2 earrings standing straight up side by side. When I took them out, they had like a coating on them, like a soot residue.
Ew.
I had to scrape it off the silver, like almost like a pasty type. That's how, I don't know how long the earrings were sitting in there that way. Dawn was getting ready for school this morning, and she came down in a fit because her new jeans that she had laid out on top, they were gone. And because there's such a difference of size, you can't even say, well, Heather took them, because Heather wouldn't fit into them. So I said, now, Dawn, they have to be here. She said, Mom, they're not. She said, I looked in the closet, I looked in the drawers, I looked in the bathroom. I said, well, maybe it's in the hamper, maybe it's in the laundry basket. Could not find the jeans. When she came home from school that day, she went up to change her clothes. She opened the drawer, and they're right on top where the jeans again. Now, it has taken clothes. It has taken bathing suits where you look for them. It does take a lot of clothes.
It's all taking shit.
The rosary beads,
It's definitely a girl. It keeps taking everything that the girls have.
I said to her, she said, they're gone. I said, Heather, well, you know, when you sleep, maybe it's in the pillowcase, maybe it fell down under the bed or through the side. No, Mom, I looked. So when they all went to school, I went upstairs. I stripped the beds down bare. I took the mattresses off, the mattress covers, the sheets, everything. Shook everything out, empty the waste paper basket. Went on my hands and knees all around the room, and I could not find them. So right before they come home from school, I thought, well, I'm going to go look again. When I went up to look the second time, on top of the made bed was Heather's rosary beads, nice and shoe.
They had come back.
They had come back.
The first time that anything really started to be missing was over my mother's. My mother would have, again, not anything of real value, just something that she would notice that was gone because she uses it constantly or frequently. Like her makeup kits would be missing. Mm-hmm. And of course my mother would say to the girls, did you take my makeup kit? Because the girls were starting to use, just the two older girls were just starting to use makeup and stuff like that, or maybe the babies took them, the twins. And my mother would have jewelry missing. And it would be missing for a couple of days and then it would turn back up in almost the same exact spot where it was found to be missing. Mm-hmm. But it was found always in an obvious place.
Oh, yeah.
Or her spoons, I believe. All her spoons were taken out of her drawer. And she was, blaming the kids, saying, you guys are digging in the yard, you're taking all my spoons. But then she never realized that all her spoons were gone. So her spoons started showing up a couple at a time. It took several days for all her spoons to come back.
Very, very par for the course, really.
It has
very common for this type of thing.
It has taken sheets and towels and baking pans, household items. It takes, not that it's expensive, or just enough for you to know that it's missing. When you go to use it, it's gone out there. Well, where's all my brown towels? And I used to say to the kids, what do? Take them to school and leave them in your locker for a month? Or no, I had a yellow one today. So it was, after a while, one brown towel was returned, then another one, then another one. We all
strange.
Obvious, right? They would be returned right where you thought they were in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
My mother, a couple of months ago, wanted to make something which required canned mushrooms. Mm-hmm. So she knew she had 2 cans of mushrooms downstairs in the cellar where she stores her canned foods, because she bought them specifically for this purpose. She was making the steak sauce. So she told my father when he was down, would you bring up the mushrooms? So he went down to look for the mushrooms, they were gone. She knew she bought them, she knew she had them. So obviously she couldn't find them, so my dad was going to the store, so she told my dad, pick up 2 more cans of mushrooms, on your way back, so he brought them back. So she used them. She went back downstairs for something else, and there they were, sitting right where they were originally. And, type of things like that. It's obvious. And she has a pair of, my mother also has a pair of slacks that she wears, daily slacks around the house, okay? Right. And she likes them because they're nice and soft and everything. Yeah. And one day she couldn't find them. She knew she washed them, pressed them, and she put them in her drawer. The next day, she went to get them, and they were gone. Now, they were missing for a couple of days, and then they showed right back up in the same drawer, in the same place that she had them previous.
Just things to be annoying.
Correct. Very hard to explain my own personal feeling before I, talk to you and Ed. I would say that the house was haunted.
You do believe your home is haunted?
Absolutely.
Do you believe your home?
There's no doubt. And if you had told me this a year ago, I would have probably told you that you needed a psychiatrist. But I am a believer that this house is really haunted.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your interview this afternoon.
Jack Smurl, ever the stoic protector, was bitten on the ear one evening by what he claimed were invisible fangs, demonic jaws, the pain sharp and searing like a fire. A bite which left a crimson welt on his ear that he said throbbed with some sort of unholy heat. So as you can see, things were getting worse by the day. Children were being shoved down the stairs, people were being bitten by fangs, the toys were arranging themselves in disturbing circles, and like before, the Smurls weren't the only ones noticing that something was happening inside of the home. Neighbors of the Smurls confided amongst themselves
why that was like wrong timing,
echoing from the duplex in the middle of the night.
Fit the narration.
That they themselves had seen the shadows moving from window to window inside of the home. But the Smurls, still leaning on their faith, continued to pray. But the prayers provoked only vicious backlash from the entity. Also, the family's financial burdens were mounting relentlessly. Mary Smurl's medical costs were building from the heart attack that she had suffered. There were endless repairs needed to the home's leaking pipes and damaged fixtures. The young twins in the family obviously had needs of their own, and the stress of the family was building. Not only were they dealing with an evil, dark, twisted entity that wanted to hurt and possibly even kill them, but they were also under immense financial stress, which mirrored the home's decay, which was perhaps exacerbated by the shifting mines found below ground in the city. Suddenly, objects within the home began to defy the laws of physics. Heavy vases were launched across rooms in sudden, unprovoked flights, as if they were thrown by unseen forces, shattering against walls with explosive force, which left the family in fear. Guttural, pig-like grunts began to emanate from within the walls of the home. Unearthly sounds that seemed to evoke ancient demonic lore. And it seemed like the house itself became angry with the family.
As of the last couple of months, most knocks are in threes. 3 knocks on the front door.
That's not
Three,
good.
of course, is a very magical number, and many times the phenomena that occurs in these homes does occur in threes.
3 knocks on the back of the commode. 3 knocks in the corner of a room, 3 knocks up in the bedroom between the 2 double mirrors on our dresser where there is a crucifix. Now this just happened as of late, and that disturbs me because it never bothered a religious item before. Now it has banged under a crucifix, and it has banged in the center of a rosary that hangs from my oldest daughter's bed. Well, they just had one the other night, and they had one a couple weeks ago where it was unusually loud, like somebody dropped maybe something from the ceiling or from the attic. Terribly loud, like crashing, banging, really, really loud, because my father-in-law is almost stone deaf. And for him to hear this, it would have to be abnormally loud. And they were both frightened. The loudness like that, I don't know if it was that loud on our side.
Right. It's happened over my mother's twice, okay? We've never had that real one sudden bang. Pound. We usually have wrappings in multiples, and not that loud. Not that terrifying, I should say.
No.
Because you got to keep in mind that my father is about 60% deaf, and the night it happened, it woke him up. He's 60% deaf, and he was also sound asleep, and he's a deep sleeper. And he went up, in his words, he went about a foot or 2 off the bed.
I bet he did.
And it's really startled him. Okay, now for him to hear it,
I bet he did.
Tremendously loud. Okay, and we heard nothing on our side, and we were also in bed at the same time.
And Janet Smurl's nights began to turn to those of absolute torment, as she began to be plagued by vivid nightmares of clawed silhouettes looming above her, with red eyes ablaze in hatred, their whispers promising eternal suffering, as shadows danced around her room in her nightmares malevolently. And at this point, illness began to sweep through the household like a plague. Mary and John Smurl's health conditions weakened further, and suddenly, the Smurl twins began to burn with unexplained fevers and illnesses, and it seemed as if the entity that was haunting the family was siphoning their life force, stealing their energy and their souls, leaving them pallid, pale, with no energy, completely drained amidst the relentless and unforgiving assaults.
At this point, the Smurl family was fed up with not receiving answers and not receiving help, and at some point along the way, they reached back out to the local Catholic diocese, and over the next few months and years, the diocese sent over priests, sometimes to spend the entire evening with the family, who would all search for proof of the paranormal demonic haunting that was plaguing the family. Specifically, one of these priests was a Monsignor Eugene Clark, who was dispatched to stay at the Smurl residence overnight to investigate the reported haunting. However, as stated in the book, the priests came to the Smurl house a few times, some to stay overnight while the family slept, but none of these stays resulted in the priests observing evidence that supported the notion of a bona fide haunting or demonic infestation. Every single time a priest would come over to spend time with the family, especially if they stayed overnight, it seemed like the entity or entities was smart enough to stay quiet. And this caused the family to become even more isolated. Now the people that they were calling for help were unable to help because they couldn't see the problem that they were trying to fix. And in their minds, it started to seem like the Smurl family was over-exaggerating their claims or just straight up making them up.
However, this story would change and become a national sensation in the year 1986 with the arrival of Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Okay, Lorraine.
We're in the home of Janet and Jack Smurl in Pittston, Pennsylvania. I don't really remember on the tape earlier getting the full address of this home, which is at 330 Chase Street, West Pittston, Pennsylvania. It is February 14th, 1986. The living room that we are in, we gave reference in the interview to a lamp that has a three-way switch on it, although there is not a three-way bulb in it, that would keep going on and off. The door just behind you, Al, is the door that the family on many occasions not only would find ajar, but would actually find open against that wall. We'll now go on to the second floor level.
Whoever's talking in the background needs to shut the fuck up.
That has occurred has
God.
actually taken place. Members of the Schmerl family, Dawn, the twins, Heather, their German Shepherd, Jason, are all sitting here. These are the four children, their dog, and of course, Janet Schmerl.
They're all excited. They're on camera.
Jason?
I have to go to the bathroom. That's pretty funny.
Notice that this stairway, as you're coming up, is very, very narrow. Now, Jack was sitting on the very top step. One of our researchers was perhaps in this area talking to Jack. They watched the dog, Jason, who is a full-grown German Shepherd, walk across. He wasn't coming down the stairs. He would have had to pass the two men in water to come down the stairs. And Jack decided to call the dog because he couldn't see him for a couple of minutes. And the dog came from downstairs, no possible way that the dog could have gone
weird.
from where he was up here. There was no other way for him to come from this level down without using these stairs, and he did not. This is the hallway where the family has experienced the wrappings, all the way down the hallway where they have experienced.
That made her uncomfortable. It made me uncomfortable too. Oh, that's weird.
Sort of magic whispering, but they also are able to distinguish the fact that there are a conversation going on between a man and a woman. We're now entering the master bedroom. The master bedroom is where a good deal of the phenomena has occurred, where Janet, sleeping on this side of the bed, has been pulled out by her legs. The dog, Jason, will sleep on this side. I gave reference earlier to the howling noise that would come from the dog. This is where he would be laying. This is where Jack was hit. But I think one of the most outstanding things is the fact, I will show you how these drawers work. Now, it's kind of hard to have them swing, and yet this is how they will swing back and forth at great speed.
Ew.
When the infestation or phenomena is occurring. Actually, I'm able to move them a little easier than we were able to move them early on. At times, it will only be that Janet would find it a little ajar. But on this one occasion, when she was in the room, the door was going in and out very, very quickly. These are also the walls where they will hear and experience the rapping sounds. This television set, although I don't remember discussing it during our interview, unplugged or not on, will become illuminated like a bright light. No picture on it, but they will actually see that light up. They will get a buzzing sound that seems to be associated with this tape recorder that is on. The buzzing sound actually is probably not coming from the tape itself, but actually altering the state of consciousness of the people in the room, Jack and Janet. This is the room occupied by the 13-year-old girl and the 16-year-old girl. Most of the phenomena that occurs in this room seems to happen in and around the closet area, although in this room we have had the disappearance and reappearance of personal objects of the two teenage girls. This is the closet area, and especially in the back of this closet, where they will hear much of the rapping that takes place in this bedroom in particular.
I would love to see you just go conk like while she's there.
7-year-old girls. There
Talking
seems
about
to be
me.
very little that actually happens in this room. This is a very tiny, little small room. Although the family described something that was rather strange. When they first purchased this home, this room was a little bit larger, but they have enlarged their bathroom, which has kind of reduced the size of this room. But it was on this wall when they first moved in that there was an opening, not an opening where you would have stove or any form of heat because there was no chimney behind there. And then up from that hole was a dark mark on the walls that no soap and water, no detergents, and certainly 4 coats of paint could not cover. That is the reason why this room is paneled.
Weird.
The last
So there's
thing up
something
here
there and you're just leaving.
is, of course, the bathroom. There has been a great deal that has occurred in here. They will hear the water, especially from next door, running. They have experienced the toilet flushing on like 30 times on one occasion. Jack was standing when he actually was witness to the toilet flush in front of him. He then picked up the top of the toilet box to adjust the ball, thinking that something was wrong. Actually, nothing at all was wrong when the wrapping started right on the toilet box, the commode itself. It is in this area that Jack's medical bracelet had been missing from. It had actually dematerialized. As of this point, it has still not materialized. So that is really the majority of what had taken place on this stairway, or on this level. On this stairway, though, I know that there was one occasion, maybe Janet can explain it in a little better order than I would be able to, regarding what had taken place to Dawn, or what you presume may have taken place to Dawn when she was found at the bottom.
Oh, that was to Shannon.
Oh, that was to Shannon, I'm sorry.
One night about 1 o'clock in the morning, Shannon and Karen, whose bedroom is over here behind Lorraine, Jack and I were laying in bed talking. We had had a lot of experiences that day, and while we were talking, we heard this terrible bang, and Shannon was laying at the bottom of the landing there. Now, if you walk in my hallway or my steps, they do have a creaking noise, so that
the little person scared me.
Through the hallway, we would have heard.
Go away, child.
We always know when the children are up. We can tell you who is going to the bathroom and who is walking. Shannon was not walking. We did not hear any footsteps at all. She was found at the bottom of the landing, and she did not remember how she got there.
January 1986 ushered in Ed and Lorraine Warren, who at the time were riding the wave of Amityville notoriety, who had seen the stories in the news about the house, who had been reached out to by the Smurls in a last-ditch effort for help. Immediately, when the Warrens stepped into the duplex, they felt the heavy air of dread. After walking through the house, Lorraine's clairvoyant senses, according to her, detected 4 different entities that called the home home. There was a bewildered elderly woman who...
They definitely made Ed a lot more attractive. Just saying. In the movies. Just saying.
wandered the halls in confusion, a young girl brimming with insanity and violence, a mustached man who had perished on the property decades ago with a history of brutality and violence, and above all, a commanding demon that orchestrated the actions of the other spirits like puppets in some sort of twisted, macabre theater of torment.
After Lorraine's initial psychic evaluation of the home, Ed stepped in and toured the house while invoking the name of Jesus Christ, commanding the entity to reveal itself. According to the book and the recollections of the family, the response was immediate and violent. The temperature in the home plummeted to an icy chill. A putrid stench of rotting flesh filled the air. Objects on the bedroom bureau, like a hairbrush or perfume bottle, began sliding across the surface unaided, and a mucus-like smoky substance, described as gossamer threads, materialized on the mirror, forming illegible obscenities and the message, "Get out." Ed then declared that the entity was very powerful, intangible, and extremely dangerous, and classified it as a full demonic infestation rather than a mere haunting. The Warrens then advised the family to document all their incidents once again in a detailed diary, and they also said they should install religious items like crucifixes, holy water, and blessed metals in every room. They warned that the demon would likely escalate in response to their presence, drawing energy from the family's fear and anger. Over the following months, the Warrens made frequent trips to the Smurl home, often staying overnight, conducting a thorough and systematic investigation. They set up audio and video equipment to capture phenomena, amassing hours of recordings featuring, according to them, unexplained knocking, rapping, inhuman grunts and growls, and even pig-like snorts. Visual anomalies allegedly captured on camera during this time included levitating objects and physical assaults on the family members. At times, Ed physically confronted the demon by playing out loud religious music, which included Gregorian chants, and reciting prayers, which provoked reactions from the entity like furniture shaking and mirrors cracking. The Warrens, recognizing the need for ecclesiastical authority, then contacted their associate, Bishop Robert McKenna, and McKenna visited the home and performed an initial mass, followed by the first formal rite of exorcism in the Smurl's bedroom. During this rite of exorcism, the demon allegedly manifested violently. The air grew foul, objects flew around the room, and guttural voices blasphemed from within the walls. McKenna, during this exorcism, commanded the demon in Latin to leave, but it resisted, audibly laughed out loud, and promised to return. After this, the family stated that they were provided with at least a temporary relief, about a week of quiet, but the activity resumed with renewed fury, including an incident where Janet was pinned to the bed by an invisible force mimicking the earlier succubus assault. As the investigation and the weeks and months pressed on, the Smurls, encouraged by the Warrens, went public to seek broader support and pressure from the church. Local media then interviewed the family, which led to national news coverage. It was at around this time when Robert Curran, a journalist, began collaborating with the Warrens and the Smurls to document the case for the book that I used to gather most of the information for this video from. However, even though the Smurl family was on national news, the Scranton Diocese, under Chancellor Father Gerald F. Mullally, remained cautious, and throughout this time they dispatched those priests for the overnight stays, but they never reported seeing or experiencing anything, fueling accusations that the demon was hiding during these visits. In late 1986, Bishop McKenna returned for 2 more exorcism rites, the second taking place in summer, the third in fall, each one reportedly being more intense than the last. The book describes the second exorcism involving holy water being hurled back at the bishop, caught in midair and thrown back at him, walls oozing a slimy, unidentifiable substance, and the demon speaking through Janet in a deep, masculine voice, cursing Christ and revealing disturbing, intimate family secrets to prove its knowledge. The third exorcism, held on a dark and stormy night, saw electrical outages, levitating mattresses with children screaming in terror, and a black inky mass forming over the bed that only disappeared after McKenna persistently commanded it to. Each exorcism rite bought the family 3 to 7 days of peace, but the demon would always return stronger and target the children more aggressively. At this point, the Warrens noted patterns in the haunting. The entity seemed to feed on negative emotions and mimicked voices of those living in the house to sow discord. However, the Scranton Diocese began to grow publicly frustrated with the case and the Warrens' involvement, as they viewed them as outsiders. Eventually, Father Mullally met with the Smurls and the Warrens, and insisted that the church take over the case, and he even banned them from performing further unauthorized exorcisms. A priest from another diocese offered to help the family, but was rebuffed by Scranton individuals for breaking protocol. At this point, the family's health suffered, the activity was reaching a fever pitch, and it was even reported that the home reeked of excrement, of filth, for days on end. The Warrens, wanting to help, installed protective barriers like salt lines or anointed oil and coached the family through daily prayers. But the demons' taunting escalated, including, reportedly, profanity and profane words scratched into the walls and furniture and the defiling of religious icons throughout the home. After the third and final exorcism, intense communal prayers, led by Reverend Joseph Adonisio of Immaculate Conception Parish, reportedly subdued the demon enough for the Smurls to declare things are back to normal. However, Janet eventually confided to reporters that minor disturbances knocking and shadows persisted, and eventually the Warrens left the Smurl family, yet continued to monitor them remotely. And above all, they advised the family that they should definitely move.
Scary scenes from the nightmare. Just a flick to most, but to the Smurls, they really lived it. 1986, Jack and Janet Smurl went public with a story of demons invading their West Pittston home.
Being made afraid to live is what it has come down to.
Jack Smurl told of the living nightmare, one that included levitations, screams in the night, his kids and dogs thrown around by ghouls, and a violent ghost that raped him.
Pick the mattress up and
you know that house?
very rapidly, like this. Like that. Like it looks like a carpet, just like a carpet, like you would, a housewife would have a carpet and shaking it out.
You go to bed waiting, listening to make sure that the children will not be hurt.
The haunted hoopla drew the crowds here. It was a circus atmosphere outside. Reporters, photographers, the curious. The late Scranton actor Jason Miller, who played the priest in the movie The Exorcist, made a cameo back then. Even these self-proclaimed scientists tried to get into the possessed place. They were not successful, but these demonologists from Connecticut were. This pair tried to rid evil spirits with the presence of God. After a night in the Smurl home, their reaction?
It's very powerful. It's invisible. I don't care if you want to call it a devil or a ghost or a demon. There's something in this home.
Oh, wow,
which
crazy.
has the intelligence to inflict physical and psychological harm upon this family.
Then a famous mentalist got into the act. The amazing Kreskin set out to downplay the demons and show the mind is stronger than the ghost.
I want all of you now to think of the most violent thought you can imagine.
Oh! Their emotions shattered, the Smurls turned to this priest. He studied unusual phenomenon in New York and felt chasing the spirits out and exorcism was the last resort. Just like the demons, the Smurl story wouldn't go away. The National Enquirer printed their tale of terror. Then this newspaper reporter wrote a book. The family's fright also played out in this TV movie. Finally, after priests performed 3 exorcisms here, the Smurls say the phenomenon left, and shortly afterwards, so did they. Today, some 15 years later, all seems quiet at the former Smurl home in West Pittston. I talked with a family relative who tells me the Smurls still live in the area, but they don't want to relive their horror. That horror apparently died with the ghosts back in the 1980s. And that's what makes this one of Newswatch 16's biggest stories.
By 1988, the Smurls, their spirits fractured by the relentless torment, listed the duplex for sale and eventually sold it before they fled to a new home in Wilkes-Barre, praying that the physical distance from the home would sever the entity's grip. However, interestingly enough, the woman who purchased the Smurls' home after they left, named Deborah Owens, lived in a quiet normalcy, and she even went on the record and stated to the public that the house wasn't haunted. She had never experienced one thing out of the ordinary in the home, and her testimony cast doubt in the public eye on whether or not the curse was tethered to the house or the family itself, or if the Smurls had lied about the entire thing and created a story to make money off of. The Smurl family's story was eventually dramatized in the 1991 made-for-TV movie The Haunted, starring Jeffrey DeMunn and Sally Kirkland, who portrayed Jack and Janet Smurl, which captured the raw terror of their experiences in scenes that chilled viewers to the bone. The film, while obviously embellished for dramatic effect, reflected the profound scars that had been left on the Smurls. The Smurl family's move marked the beginning of a fragile recovery, but the curse's tendrils seemed to cling on, as if the vengeance refused to release its hold. Janet Smurl, the family's unyielding anchor, held the family together with a quiet strength, her faith a flickering beacon of light in the lingering gloom that sometimes whispered from the corners. Karen Smurl, one of the twins, later delved into paranormal investigation herself, driven by a personal need to confront and understand the forces that had shattered her childhood. After all was said and done, the Smurl family receded from the public eye, their silence a shield against further intrusion. But their narrative has endured, which has inspired various works of media, including The Conjuring Last Rites, the film that just came out this last weekend, a cinematic farewell to the Warrens' legacy that brings the family's battle to vivid, terrifying life.
One thing that I'll add in here, I actually saw The Conjuring Last Rites last evening, and I noticed a lot of things that they took directly from the actual story of The Haunting. There was the moment when Jack levitated out of his bed and claimed he was molested by a spirit. Okay. There was the light fixture crashing down on the night that one of the Smurl daughters was confirmed, how it struck her head and created a bloody gash. They also included the part where Simon, the dog, was levitated and thrown against the wall. One small thing that I noticed in the film that I thought was pretty cool was the fact that they included a picture of John Wayne on the set for the Conjuring film. As you can see in this original picture from the Smurl family home, they actually had the same John Wayne painting in their house at the time of the haunting, even though in the film it's shown that the painting hangs downstairs near the laundry room, while in real life the John Wayne painting seemed to have been hung in the family's living room. But it's the little details like that that I really enjoy. However, it should be noted that the entire thing with the mirror took influence from another story of the Warrens, and that mirror never entered the Smurl family home and really had nothing to do with the haunting. All of that and the ending of the film was added in by the producers and the screenwriters, obviously to spice the story of the movie up a little bit.
The Smurl haunting, which was an absolutely massive case and a firestorm in the media, cemented Ed and Lorraine Warren's status as paragons of paranormal inquiry. And the two of them portrayed the haunting as a fierce demonic battle amid potentially cursed land. Their Catholic perspective framed the phenomena as infernal warfare, with Lorraine's clairvoyance and Ed's demonologist background, according to them, providing a lens through which the family's terror was viewed as a cosmic struggle. The Smurls' courage in sharing their story, despite the backlash they received, encouraged others to reveal their encounters to the public, which sparked a broader, global conversation on the supernatural as a whole. As a pivotal chapter in Ed and Lorraine Warren's work, the Smurl haunting evokes both awe and skepticism, a tale of resilience amid historical shadows that refuses to fade. Jack Smurl eventually passed in 2017 at age 75. His death attributed to diabetes complications, exacerbated by the years of unrelenting stress from the haunting, a lingering toll that echoed the curse's enduring grip. Janet Smurl and her daughters now live quietly near West Pittston, reporting no further paranormal intrusions, their lives a testament to resilience forged in fire. The family's bond, hammered in the crucible of terror, remained unbreakable, a beacon of unity and hope amidst the darkness that had once threatened to consume them. However, it should be noted that over the years, many skeptics have claimed to have fully dismantled and debunked what happened in the Smurl home. You see, skeptics have systematically attempted to deconstruct the Smurl haunting and have claimed that it was nothing more than a blend of exaggeration, psychological distress, and opportunism. Skeptics attribute the events experienced by the Smurl family to natural causes, rather than supernatural forces, with the Warrens' involvement in the case seen as a complete catalyst for sensationalism. Obviously, people are very polarized online when it comes to Ed and Lorraine Warren. I respect the work that they did, and I respect the cases that they handled. I know people who were I know multiple people that experienced multiple hauntings that the Warrens were involved with. And in my opinion, I think that these hauntings, whether or not you believe in Ed and Lorraine Warren and their work, I think that the hauntings themselves all have, for the most part, their own sense of legitimacy. Not only am I very good friends with Andrea Perrin from The Conjuring Haunting, but I'm good friends with another family member from another haunting that I have some big things coming in the future with. So I'm not going to talk about that yet here, and I've listened to their stories and I've listened to them and I believe them. And that's, I think, what it really boils down to with so many of these stories is belief. Do you want to believe? Do you not want to believe? Do you want to look at it with a skeptical eye? Do you want to look at it with a complete non-skeptical eye? That's totally up to everybody. But you do have to take a look at the things that were said arguing against the case. For example, Paul Kurtz, the founder of the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal, or CSICOP, dismissed the Smurl haunting case publicly as a hoax and a charade, arguing the lack of independent empirical evidence beyond the accounts of the Smurls and the Warrens and their anecdotes rendered the stories of the haunting baseless, suggesting that the family was suffering from delusions or hallucinations as alternatives. CSICOP's team, in fact, was barred from entering the house by Ed Warren and Jack Smurl, who ended up calling the police on the CSICOP team, which, according to them, contradicted the family's claims that they were seeking broader help from the public, which also fueled suspicions amongst those members that they were attempting to control the narrative. They didn't want to let outsiders in, according to them, to debunk the entire thing. Also, Jack Smurl's 1983 brain surgery for meningitis, which caused memory loss and cognitive impairments, has been cited by skeptics as a likely source of his perceptions or visions, with psychologists like Robert Gordon publicly proposing that conditions like that could explain his visions and foster a mass hysteria within the family. Also, the Scranton, Pennsylvania diocese repeatedly denied authorizing exorcisms of the home, with priests reporting no unusual activity during any of their visits, which undermines the Smurls' assertions of ecclesiastical involvement. Also, there's that owner that moved into the Smurl house after the family moved out, Deborah Owens, whose residency post-Smurl was, according to her, utterly uneventful, suggesting that the phenomena was family-specific, possibly tied to their stress or suggestion rather than the property itself. Investigators Perry DeAngelis, Stephen Novella, Joe Nickel, and Benjamin Radford branded the Warrens' methods Blarney, criticizing their reliance on anecdotal evidence, dramatic flair, and the exclusion of independent observers, patterns that they claimed were evident in cases like Amityville. Also, the media appearances and the 1988 book deal with The Haunted were viewed as profit motives, especially amid the family's financial struggles, with reviewers like Joseph Marisfak labeling the book as a one-sided account that lacked objectivity. Forums such as r/The Conjuring Universe and r/Paranormal frequently feature users debating the Smurl case as exaggeration for attention, citing natural possible explanations like mine subsidence causing the noises in the home, or faulty sewers producing odors throughout the property. These critics portray the haunting as a product of psychological factors, confirmation bias, or deliberate fabrication, with the Warrens' quote pattern of declaring demons, isolating families, and pursuing publicity seen as a grift. The absence of released evidence, with the Warrens' tapes having been dismissed as ambient noise, and inconsistencies in the timelines further erode credibility, according to skeptics. Skeptical analysts also reveal patterns in the Warrens' cases, which includes the Smurl haunting, where they, according to these skeptics, declared demonic presences, isolated families from other investigators, and pursued media deals, and often escalated claims for dramatic effect. Inconsistencies abound throughout the stories. For example, there's no verifiable footage of levitations or assaults carried out by the demon, with the Warren tapes criticized as being manipulated noise lacking independent verification. That psychologist Robert Gordon also said that the demon angle, the demonology angle that was involved in this story, could possibly have just been a scapegoat for family tensions. And the church's position, no confirmed demonic activity, no authorized exorcisms, contradicts the claims of a demonic haunting, with priests like Alphonsus Trebold calling the Warrens not sincere and prone to sensationalism. However, as with all these cases, the whole thing turns into, who do you believe? Do you believe the Warrens and the Smurls, or do you believe the skeptics? And that's up to you. I tend to believe families because I myself experienced a haunting, not obviously as extreme as the Smurls, but one that was very similar, where blessings and cleanses couldn't get rid of the energy, and whatever was in the home wasn't attracted to the house itself. It was a brand new house. It was attracted to my family. So I understand. I've seen the shadow figures in the middle of the night. I've witnessed the TVs turning on by themselves. I've heard the voices, seen the things that nobody should see. And so I'm more keen to believe. But that's all up to you. But that's the story of the Smurl family haunting. Let me know what you thought. I know this is a different video than usual, but I would love to go through all of the old Warrens case files and do story times talking about them, because there are so many incredibly interesting cases that we could talk about here. So why don't you guys let me know. If you've enjoyed today's video, if you've liked this switch up, please consider leaving me a like and a comment in the comment section of the video.
We're not gonna keep going through that because obviously that's his, like, the rest of his plug, which is not a big deal, but yeah. I've never been through something like that, obviously, but like, I mean, I've been through, not something that big, but I have been through things. We're just going to put it that way. A good amount of things, unfortunately. Oh, look, it's talking about me, even though we're just starting. Okay. Exploring with Josh. Is this a... Just talking about the activity. I'm just curious on what this is. Oh. That's not real. See, I don't want stuff that's like... Oh, I love her too. I love Bailey Sarian, of course I do. But see, everybody has talked about them, and then like the whole, like the skepticism of it. This little girl is weird. The succubus. I know this guy. That's the guy that helped them and like taking care of their, is that like their son-in-law or something like that, or something, I don't know, but he helped them take care of the museum. Official Ed and Lorraine channel. What? I am subscribed. Who'd have thunk it? Okay, hold on. I'm just really curious. Seekers of the Supernatural, yeah, see? I want to see more of their, like, interviews. Like, of just them actually talking about it. Oh, this is the very first show. Talking about... When did this air? This will be kind of like why they started. I'm interested.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Seekers of the Supernatural. I'll be your moderator tonight. My name is Tony Spera. we'll be talking to America's top Ghostbusters, Ed and Lorraine Warren. They've been involved in supernatural research, paranormal, and supernatural research for over 40 years. We'd like to present tonight's show with an introduction of the Warrens, so we'd like to start first with you, Ed, if we could. I'd like to ask you, especially, how did you get involved in the area of the supernatural and haunted houses?
Well, Tony, it came about because of the fact that I lived in a haunted house as a boy from 5 until 12. My father, who was a police officer at that time, was kind of a strict guy, but he was a very fair man. And he'd always say to me, Ed, there's a logical reason for everything that happens in this house.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was lying in bed there as a young kid, and that closet door would open up at night, it would wake me up. I'd look in there and see a large globule-like ball, and then a face of an elderly lady in that ball. That's a ghost light.
Mm-hmm.
And she wasn't looking pleasant, Tony. Next thing, it would come out of that closet. Toward my bed, I'd hear footsteps. I would feel this icy coldness in the room and heavy breathing. And I'm thinking to myself, there's a logical reason for all of this. But somehow, by the time I thought that, I was halfway to my parents' bedroom.
Oh, boy.
So that's how it all started, all these here experiences that I had as a boy.
So you've been doing this for well over 40 years.
Yeah, 40 long years throughout the United States, Canada, Mexico, into Europe. Spent a lot of time in Great Britain and Scotland.
Wow. As Catholics, Ed, you and your wife both are Catholic. How did this work coincide with your religious beliefs?
Well, it goes right along with it because, you know, Catholicism is based on a supernatural world, as every great religion is.
Mm-hmm.
Open up the Bible, and it's full of psychic words such as spirits, ghosts, apparitions, levitations.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, as a boy going to a parochial school, I would ask the nuns and the priests, what is this about ghosts, the supernatural? Is it for real? Are there really devils? And of course, you know, Catholicism teaches us that these things are real. Mm-hmm. So I based all of my beliefs on that, and I still do today.
Mm-hmm.
When I go into a home, I'm not looking for devils. I'm not looking for ghosts. What I'm looking for is a natural explanation as to what's going on. Something physical in the house. Only when I find that there is something supernatural, something paranormal, do I accept it. And that has to be proven to me 100%. Mm-hmm. I have to see a table moving across the room. I have to hear those spirit voices. I have to see the ghost. People like Lorraine here who are clairvoyants, they have to tell me what's there because I do not have the sixth sense as they do.
So in other words, Ed, what you're saying is that you act more like an investigator, a skeptic investigator?
Right. Investigators, we're sort of like the police department of the supernatural world. We find out what's going in there and then we try to rectify it. If it's a human spirit who's causing the problem, this is easy to take care of. Mm-hmm. If it's something inhuman, something diabolical, then we have to go in for the big guns. We have to go to the religious beliefs of Catholicism, Protestantism, Mohammedanism, all of these. And you know, it's not just the Catholic priests that we work with.
I've never heard of that.
We work with rabbis, we work with ministers of all faiths. We're very ecumenical in our thinking.
Mm-hmm. Now, Lorraine, Ed had said, and I know this from personal experience also, that you are a clairvoyant also.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me, Lorraine, the first time that you knew, or was it just from birth? How did you know that you were clairvoyant?
No, it started, Tony, when I was probably about 9 years old, when I first had experiences where I could see lights around people. But the lights that I could see around people, I thought...
I used to see that. I still can, but I used to see that. Sorry, that threw me off. I used to see lights around people, and that's what would tell me whether or not, like, they were good or bad. Yeah. It was definitely the aura, but, like, when you're a kid, you don't understand what that means, especially if you're with people who don't teach you that. I would see that, and I would see, like, a light energy around them, like an aura. And then I remember when my sister and I were really young, mind you, we used to have very strange experiences in this one apartment, and my dad saw things, I saw things, and it would feel eerie. A lot of times you'd feel like you're being watched in this particular apartment that we were living in at the time. My sister and I were folding laundry. She was sitting on her bed, I was sitting on mine. We're like in twin beds across from each other, right? And I'm watching her as she's like folding, like putting her socks together or whatever, and I see this like shadow, like kind of like, and it's like very faint, but I could see this like shadow coming close to her, and then I see her aura like swell, and like all of a sudden like the light that was around her was bigger, and then the shadow that was trying to like, that was like easing its like it's almost like it was crawling on the wall, right? But like slowly, like all of a sudden starts to like fade out. And I was like, what just happened? And I told her as it happened, and I wonder if she would like say, yeah, I remember that. But I remember being very thrown off because I was scared. I was, you know what I mean? I was just scared. But that's the first time I've ever heard anybody else say that. And the fact that Lorraine says that that's what she saw as a kid too, kind of makes me feel more validated on the fact that I'm gifted. Does that make any sense?
Everybody could see that. I didn't know anything about the human aura, and it started from that point where I would see that. Now, I had nobody to share that with. I was brought up in a private Catholic school, and you couldn't share things like that with the nuns.
I wouldn't think you could.
No, that was very much frowned upon.
Right.
And if I tried at home, although I was brought up in a very loving Irish Catholic home, it was fine as long as it was like a joke and lighthearted. But if it was never anything to be discussed seriously. So it was really as a young adult when I met Ed that I began to do.
That
That was her lucky day.
That's when her ghostly life started.
In my ghostly life. See, most of our courtship, Tony, we were kids, and it was through mail because Ed entered the service soon after we met, and we were married while he was still in service, and our daughter was born while he was still in active duty. So it was when he came home from the service, really, and one of the first homes that I ever went in, and that was not easy for me because my Catholic faith was very important to me, and I kind of frowned on things about Ed telling me about haunted houses because that just did not fit in. As far as I was brought up to believe, when you died, you either went to a purgatory state or you went to heaven, but you were definitely with the oneness with God.
Or you went someplace else.
Yes, but I didn't like to think about things like that. But I didn't know about hauntings because I was never connected what I felt and experienced to haunted homes or any role that I could play. But Tony, the very first home that I ever experienced psychic phenomena in was the Ocean-born Mary house, the painting that's right there in front of you. And that home was in Henniker, New Hampshire. And it was in that home, I was at that time maybe about 20, 21 years old, and I had my first out-of-the-body.
That was young, you know, 20, 21 years.
That was
we thought we were
real
pretty
young.
old then.
Yeah, we did. Well, we thought we knew what it was all about. But you know, Tony, you asked about Catholicism before, and I think our work has greatly enhanced our faith, truthfully.
Now, you spoke earlier, Lorraine, when you were speaking of your clairvoyance about a person's aura. Can you explain to us, to the audience, what the human aura is?
The aura is the supernatural glow that emanates from our physical body, and it depicts our personality, our health, and our spiritual well-being. Now, there are many things that alter this, many things in our life. Our emotions, any type of drugs, mind-altering drugs, will affect the aura. In fact, it's upsetting to me to see how much the aura is affected by people taking mind-altering drugs, because what it's affecting is almost every aspect of their well-being, from their spiritual to their emotional to their health.
I just wanted to add something to that, Tony. You know, we're talking about drugs here. Lorraine says it alters their conscious awareness.
Yes.
It really does. But people would think immediately, in other words, they're hallucinating. They don't really see what's there. The fact is they do see what's there, because now they are in the same state of consciousness as Lorraine is, as a medium, as a clairvoyant. These drugs will alter that to the extent that they can see clairvisually and hear clairaudiently, which can be very frightening.
Now that is what, Tony, the spirit sees. The spirit doesn't see me as a woman, you as a man, or Ed. The spirit sees the aura, and like attracts like, and that's how spirits...
They're attracted to that aura, like a moth is attracted to a flame. Like attracts like, as she said. You know, if you're a person of a positive nature, you attract positive spirits. Negative, you attract the diabolical or the evil.
Right. Now, Lorraine, you...
I'm pausing because in that situation, I mean, I agree that when you're a negative vibe or vibration or a low vibration because you're giving into things that are just, you know, part of like the 7 deadly sins, things like that, like you're just kind of giving into what you shouldn't be doing, then yeah, you've got, oh good, sorry, I was looking for that chord. You've got you're just more susceptible to being haunted by something that is negative because it has a way of feeding off of you. But I think like in other cases there are negative things already around, and because you are more, you know, more of the light, right? You have more light, you have more positive energy, it gets bothered. So I feel like yeah, like obviously, like I wonder if they'll touch on it, but yeah, if you have a more positive nature about you, you are going to be more of a threat to something that's dark.
Talked about the clairvoyance.
So I'm curious if they talk about that.
Is everyone clairvoyant to some degree?
Yes, they are, Tony.
Okay.
But most of us don't use that psychic ability. But every one of us have experiences. When the phone rings and you know who's on the other end of that phone, well, this is how that would come about. You're going to make a phone call, say within another 5 minutes. You're thinking about that person, you're thinking about what you're going to say, and you telepathically project that message before you ever pick up the telephone.
I think a good way to relate to this is a salesperson.
Yes.
Salespeople are constantly using their clairvoyance, their ESP. You know, they're projecting themselves to that client, and they want to sell that client something. So, you know, they have to pick up their vibrations, and you know the old saying, you have to sell yourself before you can sell your product. Sure. Well, that's what the salesman does. Same thing.
But now the three of us are used to working and being with people. So you and Ed would certainly have a certain amount of psychic ability or clairvoyance. But mine has developed. I've never tried to develop it, remember. It's developed because of what I've exposed myself to. So today, I use it for discerning in haunted homes. I use it for my work with police or things of that nature.
For those in the audience who don't know, I've worked with you.
Discerning, yes.
Oh, yes.
I do that
for
too.
Many years.
Many years.
We've been to many locations together, to many haunted houses
You'll
together.
never forget your experience at Whitby Abbey now, will you?
I'll never forget that. I'll never forget my experience
That
at
was
Whitby
quite
Abbey.
frightening, which we will get into at another program later on.
Yes.
Right now, probably they're wondering out there, how do you get to be a demonologist? Well, I remember on a plane one time, a lady said to me, what do you do for a living? I said, well, and I looked at her kind of funny. I said, you'll never believe it. I said, I'm a religious demonologist. Oh, you fill out prescriptions, is that?
Oh my gosh.
I said, yes, ma'am, that's right.
Wow.
That's funny.
Well, I'll tell you, you guys really, really are, well, they're Connecticut's own. I should mention also for those in the audience who don't know, they are Connecticut's own homegrown Ghostbusters right in our area. You folks do live in Monroe and have lived there for how long, Ed?
38 years.
38 years,
38
just in
years.
Monroe. And of course, we were born and brought up in Connecticut. So that, you know, our travels have taken us as far away as Australia, you know, to haunted areas all over Europe, Great Britain, Mexico, Canada. You name it, Tony, we've been there, we've hunted them down.
So in the past, we'll say 40 years or so, You've been around the world. You've been to, I understand, Australia, to England and Scotland, I know, of course.
A lot.
You also even find time to teach classes in the paranormal.
Oh, yes.
We love
which
that.
you do even to this day, right in this
we
area.
love that. That is something we love.
I wish I could have been around.
Go. We're not going anywhere.
When,
we're going to be right here,
like,
but we will be instructing them.
I could have
People
taken
like
a
yourself,
class or something from them. That would have been.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yes, but
I mean,
I think that's the
not like
most
I can't
important
learn from
thing
them still,
anyone
like,
can do with the knowledge they've
posthumously,
gained
but still.
is to share it, and that's what we do through teaching.
I think our viewers out there are going to be shocked when they find out how many hauntings, how many homes have been saturated with the supernatural right in this area. You know, I'm talking about
Are there many?
Connecticut.
Are there many in, like,
Connecticut,
for instance,
Massachusetts.
For instance, let's just take Newtown, for instance.
Newtown. I call that the village of 7 haunted houses. Now it's the village of 8 haunted houses because we have another one. But, you know, see, people say, where's the most haunted areas in the United States? It would be New England. New England is the oldest area.
No, it's not.
They have the biggest population right now.
But that's okay, sir.
Homes. Tragedies create the ghost syndrome. An older house has more of a chance of a tragedy occurring in it. And how many people have bought homes, these old houses, and even new ones sometime, and they lived there for a week, and all of a sudden they start hearing the footsteps, the heavy breathing, the door.
I mean, I do agree that New England is one of them, and I actually had this on my last interview with Pollock. She asked, where would I think that they'd be? And I told her, in the area that I'm at, like the southwestern area, like in California even, Florida, because these are the places where the Spaniards, like, first started to develop, okay? Spaniards were here before the English, before the settlers in New England, okay? Even though New England would probably also have, like, French, like a French background, too, due to, like, the whole, like, Viking, the Nordic, and all that stuff going on also. Whatever, if you understand the travel of, like, world history, then you understand what I'm talking about. But New England would be one of the places, but not I wouldn't say it was the most. I wouldn't say it's the most. I can say, though, I have been in an older home, like a colonial style home that was out in Maryland, and I remember just being there, even though, like, everybody was, like, enjoying their time there, like, in the home. It was, like, a big, like, gathering, like, a big party thing, and I just remember thinking, like, this place is eerie. Like, at the moment I, like, stepped onto, like, the lot, basically, it just felt weird. Like, just weird. And, like, walking into the home, it felt fuller than the actual people that were around. So I do agree that New England, that the whole New England area in general, or like that whole, you know, the beginning of the colonies, New York, all of that, I do believe that that full area has a lot going on.
Doors opening and closing, the lights going on.
The other thing I was going to say is the other reason that I think that is because of so much animosity that created those settlements. There was a lot of I would say fighting. We're just gonna put it that way. Like, just to kind of take over that space and that land. And I think that in itself is a big problem for these areas. Again, where I am too, there's a lot of really bad energy, especially around one particular mission out here is questionable to me. It's always the one that feels the most heavy, but there are just places around here that feel like there was just a lot of, like, bloodshed and stuff, and there's just, like, not enough talked about. So I find it very, very interesting. But yeah, this area itself that I live in, it's over technically 400 years old. So, or like since the first settlement was done around here. So much older than the New England area, but still a lot, you know. There's a lot in like a lot of these areas in general as to why they're hotbeds. There was life before our settlers, you know, before the European settlers. There was so much life before. And like I've said it before, an example of that is there's a space that is not a space, but there's Waco Tanks. It's an area that it's just about 5 miles away from me. Waco Tanks is like a like a mountainous rock formation that's out here, and in some of the like the cave areas or like the crevice areas, there's a lot of drawings, a lot of indigenous drawings all over the walls, and they're preserved because of how old they are and how incredible they are. But they're dated back. There's art on those walls dated back around 6,000 years, and if that doesn't tell you like how much history could be here, 1,000 years, not 100 years, 1,000 years. So there's definitely a lot more history in America than people realize, and it does feed into a lot of the hauntings that people experience, even if it's in new homes.
On and off, well, who do you call? A plumber, electrician, carpenter? Sure. That's thinking logically. Mm-hmm. But then when they can't help you, who do you call then, Tony?
Ghostbusters.
You got it.
Now, is it the people that live in the house? Are they
Yes.
causing the phenomena to happen? In other words,
No, they're not causing it.
they move into a house. The house becomes haunted.
Mm-hmm.
Phenomena starts to happen. But the previous owners had no problem. So is it that something's attracted to them?
It could be because 100 families could move into an Amityville horror house. Nothing would happen. But certain people move into that house, and it's like taking a battery, putting it into a flashlight, and there's a connection. Like attracts like. Evil spirits who haunt houses do not like happy homes. They do not like happy families, so they leave. They go where there's a lot of antagonism, a lot of arguments, violence. This is what they thrive on.
Speaking of the Amityville, you just brought up Amityville Horror.
That's interesting.
Was that a really bad case in your estimation?
Amityville Horror, on a scale of 1 to 10, would be a 12. Now, we're not backing up the book, and we're not backing up the movie. Get that straight. We were there. We know what happened to the Lutz family. We know what happened to us. That was a horrifying case. And if they had portrayed it exactly as it happened with the Lutzes, who were driven out of there 28 days after they moved in, it was much more terrifying than what the book or the movie even showed.
You know what I think would be great to do, Tony? We ought to devote a program just to that. We ought to have one of our programs here where they would see the only photographs ever taken in that home while the Lutzes still owned the house, while their belongings were still intact.
A lot of people don't realize that what they call the Amityville Horror actually followed Lorraine and I home. We're about 75 miles from Amityville, but that thing followed us home one night, and we'll be going over those terrifying experiences with the people when we bring those photographs back here and show them that were actually taken in that house during the investigations and while the Lutzes lived there.
And 2 of them are of a psychic nature.
Wow.
Yeah, so that will
Okay,
be
closer. Let's go closer to home. For instance, in Newtown, Monroe, is there any case outstanding that you could remember in your estimation,
my God,
in recent
yes.
memory, that would really be something that we should talk about?
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about the Bell home.
The Bell home would be a very interesting home. This was Marie Bell, who was a policewoman right here in Newtown, and her dad was a police officer. The grandfather, Richard Jeremiah Stanton, was an imposing figure. He stood 6'7". He ran away from home when he was 13 years old, went on a whaling ship, eventually came to Stratford, Connecticut, came ashore. As they say, he put an oar on his shoulder, and when somebody asked him, "What's that for?" that's where he stopped. And he built a home right here in Newtown with his son, Wes. And he said, This house will always be a port in a storm for my family. Anybody tries to move into this house, I will haunt them. Well, he lived to be 98 years old. The man died, of course. And Marie Bell decided that she was going to move up to Bethlehem, New Hampshire. Start a new career, a new life with her kids. Before she was to move out, all the crockery in the pantry started smashing and breaking. Things were toppling over. Knives were flying out of nowhere, hitting into doors. They heard crashing sounds. We were called in by Westcon College over here in Danbury. One of the professors had asked us to go to the house. We went there. We interviewed the family, and during the communication, this man actually showed up in spirit. We have a picture of that, which we'll be showing at a future date. And Lorraine had communication, which was amazing.
Yeah, that would be fascinating to talk about how, you know, he...
Can you tell us, Lorraine, a little bit about that communication that you had?
Oh, that was really, really unusual. For one thing, I knew nothing about the stature of this man. And Tony, I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and there were quite a few people there. Remember, they had a large family of grown girls. And so we're all sitting there, and I began to see this man. So that I had to really look right up in the air at him. He was, you know, that tall.
White hair, beard.
And then Ed would keep asking through me, tell him to prove that that's really him. And he took me to a location. It was on Queen Street, which is just behind where the house stands even today. And it had a cinder driveway, and it had a bouquet on the door, which was an indication of a funeral. And then he said, the condolence cards that will prove what I'm telling you are in a shoebox.
She asked for proof that it was him. He told us to go up to the attic on the 3rd floor, go into a closet, and up on the top shelf there would be a shoebox.
It was a rafter. It was a rafter. I mean, something that they had never even gone into, and was a shoebox. And it was full of all the condolence things.
His obituary, everything.
Now, they photographed me during it. Now, Tony, I had had an accident on 84 with a reporter, this reporter and I, and precognitively, which is the ability to see ahead in things that are going to happen, I knew this was going to happen to me. And I had this accident, and this was the first home that I communicated in following that accident, which would greatly heighten my awareness or anyone's psychic awareness. And when they photographed me during it, his image showed up right here next to me.
Wow. But the most important thing about this case is the fact that we had so many witnesses, eyewitnesses to the things occurring. I went in with one of our investigators one day, and there was a brass ashtray which belonged to Mr. Stanton. That was his favorite ashtray. That thing took off the mantle and flew across the room, smashed into a picture. This thing would sail around like it was a flying saucer or something, smashing windows, breaking pictures. The spirit of Richard Jeremiah Stanton was definitely annoyed. And after the Bell family moved out of there, I understand that it even followed them up to Bethlehem, New Hampshire.
In the car.
In the car. They could hear his voice ranting and raving. Now, when you hear a voice like that, you could hear it 2 ways. Telepathically, which would be through telekinesis, or a materialized larynx. Now, many people had heard the voice of Richard
wrong. It's
Stanton.
funny.
And his wife had said, this is him. There's no doubt about it. He's the type of man that would bring about this kind of phenomena in a house like it's happening right here. This is my house. I always wanted to be a port in a storm for my family.
Which was a statement
and if anybody
he had
else
made.
tries to move in, I will haunt them.
Yes, he made that statement.
Can you explain, Ed? You brought up a word maybe our audience isn't aware of, and what exactly it means, telekinesis?
Well, if you look into an occult dictionary, you're going to get a little confused. Because telekinesis or telekinesis would be said to be the movement of objects. It is not. It is telepathic sound that is projected to an article that could actually explode it, or it's telepathic sound that you picked up. Psychokinesis or psychokinesis is the movement of objects. So there's a little confusion there.
There's a little bit of difference there that people don't think there is.
And it was Dr. Ryan from Duke University who first coined that phrase, which was telekinesis, when he walked into a house and a telephone just exploded right before his very eyes.
Wow.
And he was the first one to really come out with that wording.
What would you, Lorraine and Ed, say to people who say to you, prove to me that there's an afterlife? I don't believe there's an afterlife.
You come with me, I'd say to them, and I'll prove it to you. If there's a skeptic out there listening right now, I don't mind skeptics. You know, that means they're open-minded. But show me a closed-minded atheist. Show me a person who says this can't be, and I say, put up your money or shut your mouth, because I'll prove it. In a court of law, Lorraine and I went in Rockville, Connecticut, and we proved that a woman was driven out of her house by ghosts and her son. We won the case. We set a precedent in the United States. There's nobody listening to us right now, looking at us right now, that can prove there's no supernatural world. But we can prove that there is through our evidence, everything that we're about.
But also, let me say this, Tony. Where haunting phenomena is concerned, the individual who has haunting phenomena, true haunting phenomena, taking place in their home, they may be atheists at the time, but we have never really met a true atheist in a haunted home.
There are no atheists in truly haunted houses, because the first thing they want to know, Tony, is, hey, what do we do about this? Call in an electrician, a plumber? No. You got to get somebody that's connected with a supernatural world, a rabbi, a priest, a minister. These are the people that can help you through the prayers and asking for the intervention of angelic spirits.
Yep.
Now, I think on further shows we'll be speaking about something that I was personally involved in, and a lot of people that
I had a hard time because recently I went, oh, I'm sorry, I stopped them at a really bad time. But recently I went on a ghost tour, and I was told that the guy, one of the investigators, was an atheist. But he's seen so many things, and I was just like, that's strange. How are you an atheist without, like, when you have proof that there's more beyond us, like beyond our realm? And he couldn't answer it, and he just kind of like was really smug about it, and I was so thrown. I'm like, why are you smug about something that you clearly like believe in because you're here, you're doing this work? That's weird to me.
I know. That's the Easton Graveyard, what's known as Union Cemetery.
Yes.
How haunted is Union Graveyard?
Very
Probably the most haunted graveyard I know
You want
of.
proof of the supernatural? Take your camera, go to the Union Graveyard after 9 o'clock at night, but don't go inside of it because you are not allowed to go in there. You can take your pictures from outside the stone wall, and you can get some fantastic photographs.
The iron fence.
You will get ghost globules, electromagnetic energy, which we will be showing photographs in our next program.
So that's probably one of the most haunted locations around here.
Oh, yes.
It is.
There's
and don't
so
forget
many
Dudley Town.
I've got a really cool graveyard over here.
Or Ed,
I've got to check it out.
To address this, the village known as Dudley Town.
I have checked it out before, but like now I have more equipment.
I've gotten millions of people asking me about it. But you guys, I know a lot more about it than I do. Can you explain what exactly Dudley Town is?
Yeah, Dudley Town is an area that has an aura of disaster about it. Did you ever see a store open up? It has everything going for it. A lot of people going by, cars going by, they've got good products, but they close down. Another business goes in, it closes down. And it keeps on and keeps on, an aura of disaster. I knew a restaurant like that time, must have been owned by 12 people. I finally told them one day, get the grounds consecrated, get the store blessed. And from that time on, it was a success.
So
That's the same with Dudley Town.
So Dudley Town, when was the village first, incorporated? Was it a regular village? Was it
early 1600s? It was founded by the Dudley brothers who were coming back from the French and Indian Wars, seen this tract of land, liked it, and bought a parcel of it and started Dudley Town.
Oh, thanks, Glenn. How are you, Les?
But it's still haunted today, Tony.
Oh,
it's still haunted. You know, I get so many calls from people like scouting groups and school groups, and their leaders are taking them up there for overnight sessions. I really don't advocate that at all. I mean, they're taking them to a haunted location and realize that phenomena of this nature may not happen at that given time while they're there. It affects you on your weakest, most vulnerable
Hi,
level.
Dave.
And it affects you.
Wait a second. I am actively reacting to footage of Ed and Lorraine Warren, if that's what you're asking. Like, I am, yeah, this is live right now.
To affect you. So bringing somebody and subject...
Obviously, this interview isn't. This is an interview from, goodness, the early 80s, I believe? Late 80s?
Them to that, especially young people, they could be affected by it later after leaving.
Like an independent show,
well,
cable?
They could be, but it doesn't mean they're going to be.
No, I'm not saying they're going to be, but they could.
To give you an example, you know, some years ago, we went up there with Channel 3 out of Hartford. They brought 2 brand new trucks up there worth $250,000 a piece. And a young lady who was to interview us when we got down by the old church foundation there. Well, by the time we got to the church foundation, the 2 generators and the trucks went dead. Mm-hmm. And the girl became quite ill. They had to take her out of there.
Let me ask you this question, Ed. If someone has a problem, they think their house perhaps is haunted. Mm-hmm. They're hearing sounds. They've called the plumber, for instance. They've called the electrician, the plumber, and they need help. They think their house is haunted. Is there a way that they could contact you?
Yes, they can contact us through our post office box. Anybody that has any questions at all, Tony, regarding our work, can contact us through writing to the Warrens, Post Office Box 41, Monroe, Connecticut, 06468.
And keep in mind that, you know, it's not just Lorraine and I that work in this field, as you know, Tony. We have numerous investigators that give of their time, dip into their own pockets, you know, to go to these areas and to help these people.
Yes.
Right.
Well, it's been a very interesting show, and I understand and I know that next week what we'll be doing is seeing some very fascinating ghost pictures.
Oh, yeah.
Psychic photographs. We're going to have an excellent program next week. We'll have slides. We'll show that. For Ed and Lorraine Warren, this is Tony Spera. Thank you, and good night.
That's so cute. Okay, we want to go to the next one. I am going to take a quick break, guys, because I am hungry. So I'm going to go get myself some food. I'll be right back. You all just enjoy. See, be right back. Okay, I'm sorry. Guys, thank you for those of you who are coming in on YouTube. I appreciate you all. I know it's late night and I think some people are just finding different things that are on. Right now, I am reacting to different footage from Ed and Lorraine Warren. I am enjoying their interviews because clearly, like, it's so much cooler to get, like, information straight from them, right? I want to go back to where I was. There is some really cool stuff here, but I want to get, hold on, I want to go back to their channel because they have their interviews. And I want that interview was really cool. I want to get to the next, like the next one. The next one was interesting to me. So they did part 1. I only have that one interview. That's so strange. There's got to be more. It's crazy because Tony Sparrow, he's like literally here. He's all over this channel. I think it's probably his own channel. Tony Sparrow was the moderator, by the way, guys. And he actually wound up taking care of their museum after they left. Mental spread. See, there's so many different ones, but they're not in any kind of particular order, and that's where the problem is. Like, I want to be able to get to, like, the one that should be right after what we just saw. Does that make sense? Where is it? Where's the one I just saw? They really need to, like, work through their footage here so they can put everything out. Oh, here we go. This might be one. Part 2. Okay. This might be, oh, maybe not. Hold on. No. No, no, no. Okay. Alright, here we go. This is something different. This is talking about like their Amityville, what's it called? Like experience and their findings. From ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night. Good Lord, deliver us. That's interesting.
From ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night. Good Lord, deliver us.
Interesting.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Seekers of the Supernatural. I'm your moderator, Tony Spera, with hosts Ed and Lorraine Warren. Tonight's program will be an exciting one, and it will include ghosties and beasties and things that go bump in the night. Tonight we're going to be speaking about one of the most horrific cases that the Warrens have ever investigated, the Amityville Horror. Now, Ed, can you tell me how you and Lorraine got involved in the Amityville Horror?
Well, it was Marvin Scott from Channel 5 news team. He was the anchorman at the time, and he had been involved with a haunting that we had investigated in Bloomfield, New Jersey, and he was impressed by this. So he gave us a ring and he said, we'd like you to come down and see what's going on in Amityville, Long Island. Now, this was not the Amityville horror case at that time, you understand? This was just another haunted house, and we didn't even realize that 6 people had been murdered in that house of the Fayol family. So we said, sure, we'd come down there, and we did. And that was the beginning of an adventure which we'll never forget, a supernatural adventure. When we went into the house that day, we didn't realize that it was diabolically infested. And on a scale of 1 to 10, I would have to say that Amityville was a 10. I want to make it clear at the beginning of this program that Lorraine and I do not back up the movie or the book. It was much more horrific than either. You didn't have to take a literary license in a book or dramatic license in a movie. This case had everything. It had the monstrosities of the night which roamed that house, which infested it, which caused a young man to murder his whole family. Ronald DeFeo is now serving 6 consecutive life sentences at Dannemora Prison. But you know, Amityville horror goes way back before the Lutz family, who moved in there and bought the house later and were fled 28 days later. It goes back 6 months before the DeFeos were murdered. Mr. DeFeo went up to Montreal, Canada. He went to a shrine where many miracles had occurred. A lot of people don't know this. He went to that shrine and he brought back from there a priest, an exorcist, who said masses in the house. Why? If this was a hoax that was created by the Lutz family, why 6 months before this man was murdered and his family was an exorcist in that house? While the priest was saying a mass and performing the exorcism rituals, candles were blowing out, doors were opening and closing. There were footsteps all around the house.
Wow.
Ronald DeFeo, who was the murderer of his family, fled the house. He didn't stay there. He did not want to stay there while the priest was in that house. What caused him to leave? Obsession? Possession? Who can say? We do know that this young man did murder every member of his family in that house, shot them to death. On November 13th, 1974, 3:15 in the morning. He had a high-powered rifle. Now, when you see the photographs later, and these are the only pictures ever taken inside the Amityville Horror House, because Lorraine and I and just a handful of other investigators actually went in there. I've heard people on TV say, I was in that house, I was in that house, I investigated. They never were. They don't have any evidence, they have no proof. We have the proof, and you'll see that proof tonight. They will see
Pixar didn't
the
happen.
only photographs ever taken in the house itself at the time of the investigation, and as the Lutzes left that home, completely furnished, they didn't take one thing with them. They left everything there, and they went off to California, because Father Pecoraro, who many people said did not exist, talked with Lorraine and I. He told us all the horrible things that happened to him. We sat with him, he was as close as I am to you, Tony, at dinner at Kathy Lutz's mother's home in Deer Park. He told me things that the public has never heard about. And tonight, we are going to endeavor to explain what really happened in that home.
Okay, Lorraine,
I'd be angry too, because a lot of people discredited them after this.
How you first were called into the house? Like, who was the gentleman or people that called you in? Was it the Lutzes that called you in?
No, it was not, Tony. It was Marvin Scott who called us in. He told us there had been a tragedy in that home. He didn't go into detail regarding it. He told us that it was a prominent family. He also told us during that very first conversation that the family that were living there at the present time had fled and left all of their possessions behind. And their viewers were very interested in the history of that house and what exactly might be wrong with the home. That's how we first became involved. Now, I had to tell Marvin Scott at that time that there was no way that we could go in that home without an invitation and permission from the family, which came very readily. But realize, when we met with George Lutz, not Kathy, because Kathy and the children were not there. When we met with George, he wouldn't go anywhere near the house. He met us at a pizza parlor and sat with us and talked because he was so frightened.
Well, I understand that George wasn't really he was a no-nonsense kind of a guy,
He was
right?
really a no-nonsense man,
George Lutz was an ex-Marine. He was a karate expert. He ran around with motorcycle gangs. We're not talking about any altar boy here. We're talking about a rough, tough guy who, after 28 days in that house, fled, left everything behind, took his wife and children, and went off to California.
See, he was the type of person, Tony, that felt like he had to always be in control. He would go out on the landings. It was 3 stories high. The home is very beautiful. The interior of the home is very formal and it's very beautiful. And he would go out and he would take his fist and he would tell what was there, or command what was there to come out so he could fight it. Because as far as he was concerned, he was very skeptical regarding the fact that anything paranormal was going on. At the time that this first began, he found it difficult because of his background to even believe in a God, never mind believe that something of this nature was taking place. But I have to say this, the Amityville case affected our personal lives more than any case we ever worked on.
Really?
Yes.
How? In what way?
Well, it was to follow us home the very first day. The very first night that Ed and I went to that home, it was the middle of the night when we came home. And I had contacted many priests. I was fearful, but Tony, I didn't know what I was fearful of. I mean, it was just another case. It wasn't the Amityville Horror. So I really didn't know what I was so fearful of. But on the other hand, I took with me a relic of a very pious priest, and I asked many clergy of different faiths to enter that home with us in spirit, and to, their prayers to protect us. But when we arrived back at our home, about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, Ed took his briefcase and things that he had with him, and he brought them down to his office. Now, I got in bed, and I took a book to bed with me on the life of Padre Pio, the priest whose relic I carried, a man who I have tremendous devotion to, a very holy and pious monk priest from Italy, Giovanni Rotunda, Italy. And something about that cheerful room wasn't so cheerful anymore. It felt ominous to me.
Now, Ed, I understand that there were other people in the house with you, but did other people take photographs?
No. It was only our photographer from the New England Society for Psychic Research that was taking pictures, and we took over 200 photographs that day, which I am very happy about, because as I said,
that's a big deal.
These are the only photographs ever taken.
That's expensive.
In that home. And I think when we get to next week's program, or the next show I should say, that when they see these psychic pictures, one of a spirit child gazing out of one of the bedrooms where the children were murdered, and then one of Padre Pio, the man that Lorraine is talking about, who was a stigmatist for over 50 years, has fought the devil many times in his life.
Can you explain stigmata to us?
Stigmata is a person who suffers the wounds of Christ. The crucifixion of the hands, the legs, the feet, the crowns on the head. But he suffered this for over 50 years and fought the devil, not only spiritually, but physically many times. That's why Lorraine had this feeling that she should call on him to help us in this house. And we didn't even know how bad it was that day, but as she said, George Lutz wouldn't even go to that home. He said, there's no way I'm going into the house. And when I asked him at this restaurant where we met him, I said, Mr. Lutz, what happened to you in that house? He didn't say anything. He just looked at me. He said, you know. I said, I don't know, Mr. Lutz. I said, what happened to you in the house? He looked at me again. He said, you know. I said, I really don't know. I was getting a little irritated because I wanted to find out what kind of experiences this man had, but he was actually afraid to talk about what happened for fear that it would happen again, because at his mother-in-law's house at Deer Park, when Kathy himself and the mother-in-law would start talking about what happened there, things would happen in the house at Deer Park. In fact,
because
George
of the
and Kathy
recognition.
levitated in that house too.
Yes,
They levitated.
They
Oh,
levitated.
yes.
Both. They had phenomena follow them from Amityville.
So, obviously, if you're familiar with stuff like that, and if you've had certain experiences, when you speak of certain things, you can call these things back to the attention, like back to your attention, right? To come back into your space. And I say that as somebody who has experienced the same thing. If I start talking about any particular experience that I've had, I will deal with stuff. A few nights ago, I spoke about something that I dealt with when I was younger. And I can't remember who I was talking to, but I did speak to somebody about it just a few nights ago. And sure enough, I had my own spiritual warfare that evening, and I woke up to knocks. And I didn't open my door immediately because if you guys know what knocking is, it's not something you want to address, but I did. I woke up to 3 knocks on my door. That's exactly what I woke up to. Like, literally that morning is what I woke up to. And I was dealing with a whole bunch of stuff all throughout the night. I kept waking up in the middle of the night. I kept having to fight these things off, and I kept seeing myself literally in exorcisms fighting things out of different people. And then like being like all over, like in places that I never would have been in, probably in like New England areas and stuff like that, places that I wouldn't see otherwise, that I didn't recognize. And I remember being really tripped out and like waking up constantly that night. And this was just earlier this week, again, after having recent conversations about stuff that I had experienced. And I'm not like gonna talk about like the rest of the things and what, because then I don't want to deal with that again. But it's like you've turned it on, like you put the coin back in the machine, and those things that have messed with you before get a small moment where they can try to see if they can take over again or try to mess with you again. To see how much further they can try to manipulate you. I'm just saying, that stuff that's happened.
Now, Tony, we know this happens. We know that even ourselves, involved in research, that you go to a location where haunting phenomena is going on, active phenomena, and you leave and go home, and you give it a lot of recognition, you listen to the tapes, and like while you're still programmed, then
something can't come to you.
Yes.
In fact,
Oh,
you know,
yes.
when we went into the house, Tony, Lorraine went with the camera crew, and you'll see the pictures coming up now. If we can show a picture of the Amityville home as it was, and then you'll see the interior of the house, and where I had a terrible experience down in the basement. And what had occurred was, as a religious demonologist, I do carry a crucifix, I carry holy water.
Right.
These are the weapons of Catholicism where the diabolical are concerned. And it's my intention to go into a home like that and to provoke what's there. Because I'm not a clairvoyant. I can't see clairvisually or hear clairaudiently. I must provoke what's there.
Okay, what are we looking
now,
at
this,
here?
of course, is the sign of Amityville here, which actually means a friendly village.
Oh, boy.
But unfortunately, it wasn't too friendly after a while. If we could see the next picture now of the house, and you'll see the home as it was when we investigated it. You know, they've changed the architecture of the home, the design of it, taking the windows out, changed the numbers and everything. And I don't blame them because of the vandals.
Yes. We don't blame
So in
them
other
at
words,
all.
people wouldn't even recognize it today, huh?
Now, in the book, it tells about the well being inside the house. There's the well you see right there at the corner.
Right in the front there?
Right in the front there.
That's
Okay.
it, Tony.
And that doorway was the doorway that George Lutz said had been ripped open one night. That's right in the front there. And we could see markings and so forth on the door. But remember, when he made statements like, we walked up the staircase, and this is the way they put it in the book. We walked up the staircase, and suddenly the banister exploded before our very eyes. Well, when we went into that house, there was no banister that exploded.
Right.
What they should have said was, as they walked up the staircase, the banister suddenly exploded through telepathic hypnosis.
Okay.
In other words, if we were in a haunted house right now, Tony, we might see that table explode, and yet a couple of minutes later, it would be fully intact. It was a telepathic projection to us, bypassing the physical eye and going into the mind's eye or the third eye. But they didn't explain that.
Okay. If we could have that
Yeah,
next
'cause
slide.
it terrifies people.
Ed will explain, and Lorraine will.
I love that
explain
you said
exactly
that.
what we're looking at here. That would be
As we
good.
go through the slides, okay, here's the boathouse.
That's the rear of the Amityville home. And as you can see, this is extremely valuable property. Believe it or not, that home, Tony, was sold for $50,000 to this family. Now you're looking at the boathouse right on the Amityville River.
Dang, back in the day.
And up in the back is the house itself.
Yeah, but
That
this
is
is
the
where
back.
the Shinnecock Indians had an enclosure.
Yes.
Now I'm curious
That's where it
on
all
what
started, with the Shinnecock Indians. They had an
the
enclosure
value of
right
that
there
home
where they
is
put the
now.
sick, the mad, and the dying. Demonic spirits, evil spirits, are drawn to the sufferings of human beings. And this already had an aura of disaster about it.
Now in the background there, that is the back of the Amityville home.
The white building.
The
in the back.
white building,
Right.
yes.
All right.
Now, if we can see the next picture.
And,
Shit.
when the next picture, I
It's
believe,
listed at
is
almost $1
going
million.
to go into some of the interior shots.
No, this is-
The Amityville
this
Horror
is John
House is up for
Ketchum.
Sorry, didn't
This
mean to
is a
do that.
statue of John
Without a
Ketchum.
head.
Well, John Ketchum, John Ketchum was the man who built a small cottage right there where the Amityville home is at the present time. And after his, or prior to his death, he had said that he wanted to be buried on that land. Now, he was ousted from Salem for his witchcraft practices. So he didn't have exactly a good track record. Now, people that purchased the property after his death claimed that haunting phenomena occurred there. Now, it was moved, Tony. It was moved to a location a couple of blocks away, and the thing is that Amityville home was built there in 1928, and no family that ever lived in that home was ever a happy family.
See on the monitor, it'll be coming up shortly. If Ed, you could explain what this picture is.
Oh, yes. I told you before how Mr. DeFeo had gone up to Montreal, Canada, at the St. Joseph Shrine and brought back a priest with him to exorcise the house. But he also had special blessed statues made that he surrounded the house with. Now, why did he do that? He was not known for being a pious man in any means. He brought him back because something very horrifying was going on in that house. That's why The Exorcist, and that's why these statues.
And you know what, Tony, that this is amazing. People were curious regarding why this family had religious statues all over the yard. And they inquired, and Mr. DeFeo Sr. told the neighbors that he had a devil on his back.
Now, you were called in by, you also a
That's
newspaper
interesting.
man
So the man that got
invited
murdered
you
by
in,
his son.
too. What was his name? Oh, here's the picture of him now.
Oh, you mean Marvin Scott? That's Marvin Scott, Tony.
Okay.
He was an anchorman on Channel 5.
On Channel 5.
Okay, so he was there with his camera crew and everything?
Oh, yes. And his camera crew, who had filmed in combat assignments, became very badly affected in this house, had severe heart palpitations. In fact, a lot of people were very badly affected that night, that very first night in the home.
So the next picture, I think we're going to see George and Kathy.
Yes, there's George
I
and
want you
Kathy.
to look at this guy, Tony. Does he look like a guy that you'd want to fool around with? No way.
Not at all.
No.
George is a rough, tough guy, and
Yes.
he doesn't leave behind everything he owns in this world just
No.
on a fluke or on a hope that somebody might write a book about a haunted house.
No, that's for
Kathy
sure.
was as beautiful as he was tough. And even today, she's a very religiously oriented woman. The Lutz family, if our viewers out there could know them as Lorraine and I knew them, we lived with them for 2 weeks out in California. They are a beautiful family.
Oh,
Now, how many
yes.
children did they have?
They had 3 at the time. They have
Okay.
since had 2 more children. But Kathy, these were the first 3, Tony, were Kathy's children.
Okay, there they are.
Yes, there's Chris and John and Missy. Now, Missy, the little girl in the middle, to talk to these young children as they would talk to Ed and I, very candidly
The creepy
sharing
doll in the
things
background.
with us. They were terrified of what was in that house. But the little girl, the youngest of the 3 children, was very candid about talking about her friends in Amityville, and what she was referring to would be this Jody the pig and like that would come in and sit on the rocking chair in her room and rock. To her, they were friends.
Now keep in mind that when we go into a home, you know, these people are telling us these horrible stories, but we have to ourselves experience this before we accept it.
Right.
We have to see it, we have to feel it. We have to know it's there before we say, yes, this home is haunted. And this home was not haunted by anything human. It was inhuman. Many people ask us about that. It was inhuman, and then they say, well, people went in there later and lived there, nothing ever happened to them. Well, who's to say that the house was not exorcised?
Okay, Ed, how do you know it was something inhuman versus something like an
By
earthbound
the
spirit?
powers.
By the powers of
Remember
what
the
was
first
there.
time I went in that house, I went downstairs into
Yeah.
the basement. I used religious provocation. I ordered in the name of Jesus Christ what was there. I commanded it in that name of Christ to reveal its identity. Within seconds, I could feel what I can only describe as being under a waterfall, pressure, pushing me down to the floor. Then I could feel hundreds of pinpoints of electricity hitting my body. And then, as though they took a hot towel, wet towel, and dropped it right over my face, I couldn't breathe. That's the experience I had. And I went into what we call religious resistance. I then envisioned myself in a Christ light as a Christian, as a Catholic, and I again commanded it to leave in the name of Jesus Christ. It immediately lifted off. I knew right at that point what we were dealing with, and I said to myself, I don't think I'll ever come back in this house again. Because I felt that a house isn't worth a person's life.
Now, this is during the period of time, Tony, what you're looking at, that I was asked if I would try to communicate something that was so dangerous for me to do.
Okay, so who's the gentleman in the middle?
That's Dr. Brian Riley, a parapsychologist from England, and a very good friend of ours, and that's Marvin Scott.
Was there any other doctors or any other professionals in the house?
Yes.
Dr. Alex Tanis.
Dr. Brian Riley, Dr. Alex Tanis, Dr.
Carlos Osis.
Carlos Osis was also in the home that night. There were many professional people in that home that night, Tony,
This is a
giving
picture
their
of
evaluation.
the camera crew focusing in on Lorraine as she's coming up the stairs.
That's
but this
infrared.
next shot,
That's an infrared
these are all
shot?
infrared
Yes,
shots.
it is
Okay.
infrared, yes.
This next shot will show Lorraine on a
Interesting.
staircase where she was already picking up what I was experiencing downstairs. If we can see that next picture.
Okay, next one's
there
coming
it
up.
is.
Okay, now, Tony, when Ed tells you about going down into the basement area, him and I separated at this point, and I'm going up the stairs. I don't realize that he is not behind me. And as I'm going up the stairs, Tony, it was the worst feeling. It was like I was going against a tremendous pressure that was on my body. I stopped on the landing and held tight to the relic that was in my hand and asked for strength and direction in going forward. And it seemed like my prayers were answered. And at that point, I continued on up the few stairs and turned immediately to my left, went into what was then known as the sewing room.
Okay, I think that shot's coming up.
Right there, Tony, yes. And I stood in the middle of the room. I looked at Marvin Scott, and I said, I hope this is as close to hell as I'll ever get.
This is the room where the priest heard the voice tell him to get out, where they seen the hundreds of flies.
Scary.
And even though I'm not a clairvoyant, I'm not a sensitive, when I walked into that room, I could feel it. Now you notice that in all these pictures, everything is there. Ironing boards, curtains, dishes, expensive furniture. You'll see the clothing of the children, their toys that they left behind.
Now, believe it or not, Tony, that is the bed that Mr. and Mrs. DeFeo were shot to death in.
You're kidding.
No, a lot of the furnishings in that home were from the DeFeo estate that the Lutzes purchased. So it showed where their belief system was.
This is also the bed from which George and Kathy found themselves
Oh,
levitating.
wow. Oh, yeah.
They were about 2 foot from the ceiling, and George looked at Kathy and he said, "Do you believe this?" And that's when they fell to the bed again.
Oh,
now,
yes.
you told me before
That's
that the house
morbid.
was as if I had left my house this evening.
Exactly.
That's exactly how
I
it
think
was.
the next shot would probably illustrate.
There's some of the
freezer.
foodstuffs in the freezer.
In the freezer.
I mean, they left behind everything.
Yeah, that's a lot
Everything
of
to
food.
eat, everything to drink, all their clothing, their bedding. When we went to Deer Park, to Kathy's mother's home, they were sleeping on mattresses on the floor.
Yes.
They had beds here with, look at here, you see the
all of
towels, you see all the bathroom
The
things.
clothing, Tony.
Everything.
Rare collections they had inherited from grandparents, the deeds to their property, the baptismal records, their marriage certificates, nothing. They didn't take a thing other than the clothes on their back when they fled that home.
Now, the next shot, I think, Ed, you told me was the red room?
Yes, this is what they refer to as the red room. It's actually a cubby hole that goes in probably about 8 or 9 feet. It's about 7 foot high by 4 foot. But this is the room in which we believe Ronald DeFeo kept the items that he used in witchcraft. Witchcraft and rituals, drugs played a big part in the murders that occurred here. The next picture, you'll see some witchcraft items, things that Ronald DeFeo had in the house and so forth.
Are those some of the items right there?
Those are some of the items there you see, and we know that this young man was obsessed or possessed by something demonic. He hated his father, but he loved his mother. He loved his sisters and his brothers. Why did he kill them?
Why would he kill them?
He said there was a dark form next to him that just kept him going. We call that a shadow ghost.
Shadow ghost?
And it was this here that goaded Ronald DeFeo into killing every member of his family. This is a large ceramic lion that Kathy had given George for Christmas, and on 2 occasions, this played an important role. One night, they woke up around 3:15 when they heard what they described as the marching band downstairs. They felt a heavy weight on their legs. George put the light on, and it was this statue, their leg. Thought it was their large
Old
dog.
broadcast guys. Okay.
On another occasion, they were going down the staircase, he was, to investigate the sound of the marching band.
The staircase, I think, is the next shot, in fact.
And as he went
There
down the
it is.
staircase,
That's it.
he felt something sharp on his left ankle. It was bleeding, and there was the ceramic lion just a couple of feet away from him. But this is also the staircase where the green slime was found, which George would collect and throw into the Amityville River. But he thought somebody was sneaking into the house and doing that. Downstairs, way down below there, the
Oh,
foyer.
ectoplasm. Ew.
When he would get down there, the music would stop, as he described it. But the furniture was pushed back up against.
And carpet was rolled, Tony.
And the carpets
Really?
were rolled up.
Yes.
As though somebody were actually marching
Yeah.
there.
Now, in the second show that we're going to do, this is part 1 of the Amityville case.
Right, we couldn't
What are we going to be
possibly
looking at? Can you tell us, Ed, what
You're going to be seeing the psychic pictures of a young man. It looks like a young man's face, but actually a diabolical face with luminescent eyes from one of the rooms that the children were murdered in. Then you'll see a photograph showing Padre Pio looking down at Lorraine while she's holding a relic of his. This was the room where the 6 bodies of the DeFeos were laid out. And we'll be going to some of the more terrifying experiences that we went through in that house.
As well as what became our scientific proof that they were telling the truth in that house.
Oh, yes.
Great. So we'll have a real exciting program next
yes.
week. Now, as always, we'd like to reiterate, if someone, Lorraine, I'd like to ask this of you, if someone needs your help, if someone has a problem in their house, they think something's wrong.
Yes.
What how can they contact you? Can you tell us again how
they can contact us by writing to us at Post Office Box 41, Monroe, Connecticut, 06468. Or if they even have questions, Tony, that they wish to have us answer that maybe we didn't cover.
Okay. This is part 2, and this is going to show...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome
more of that
to
interview,
Seekers of the Supernatural.
Or the second part of that interview.
My name is Tony Sparrow. I'll be your moderator tonight, along with Ed and Lorraine Warren. Last show we spoke of the Amityville Horror in our Part 1 series. We delved more or less, Ed, into the history of Amityville, to the background of the house. But tonight I think what we'd like to do is speak more of the phenomena that actually occurred in the home. So can we begin, Ed, with some of the phenomena that did actually occur at 112 Ocean Avenue?
Okay, in the beginning, George and Kathy would feel the psychic cold throughout all the rooms. No matter how many logs they'd throw on a fire, it was icy cold. That's because it's a psychic cold, and the cold is being drawn. The heat from the bodies of the people in that house is being drawn, and that heat is going to be used as an energy fuel source for the spirits in that house. So they feel the psychic cold. They hear magic whispering,
That's scary now.
voices throughout the hallways. At night, they would see ghost lights over their beds in the rooms. There was a time when George and Kathy found themselves about 2 foot from the ceiling. George looked over at Kathy and said, "Do you believe this? Do you believe it?" And of course, then they went and lowered themselves down into the bed again. But there would be the footsteps. There would be the slime that they would find on the staircase. Now, these are called apports. These materialize or dematerialize in such haunted houses. For instance, in many homes that we go into, we will find that you might see blood, as they did, coming down the wall. But if you went over there and touched that wall, there'd be no blood. This is a telepathic projection to the viewer, and it bypasses the physical eye, goes into the mind's eye, and they see it as a medium would see it. There was the marching band, as they described it, around 3:15 in the morning when the murders had taken place. A lot of things would happen at around 3 o'clock. We call this the devil's hour, because it's an insult to the Trinity. Anything that comes in threes.
Yes and no. Okay, so I've heard other explanations of the witching hour, and I'm going to say that right now because I feel like it's also pertinent. So the reason that 3 o'clock in the morning is also that is because why would it be the same everywhere, if that makes sense? 3 o'clock in the morning is because that's when it's the darkest. That's when the night is the darkest. So that's when the veil is more able to be manipulated. So yeah, obviously it does seem like it's a mock to the Trinity, which could be a part of the case. But the reason I say that the reason I say not necessarily is, or not necessarily that being the case, is because time is also a concept. So, I mean, maybe because it says 3 on the clock, the 3 is something that can be recognized. But again, time is a concept, and it's not, time is irrelevant in the spiritual realm, like in general. So I can't really say that. However, for it being darker and for the energy of the earth to be, or like that space, that place at around 3 a.m. to be the darkest, and the energy be able to be manipulated, that makes more sense. Okay, sorry. Now continue.
This marching band, George would jump out of bed. He'd go running down the stairs. As soon as he'd get down to the foyer, the music would stop. But he'd look into the living room, that huge living room, which you'll see a picture of, and the rugs were actually rolled up and the furniture was pushed over to the sides of the walls as though somebody were actually marching there. There were so much different types of phenomena that occurred to us and the people that went in there. It was incredible. I told you about the experience last week of where I felt as I was being smothered. Going into that home again, Lorraine felt many things. She, as a clairvoyant, would be more sensitive. Mary Pasquarella, who was the director of the Psychic Research Institute in Hampton, Connecticut, never went into a haunted house after that. She gave up the work because she was so badly affected by it.
Wow.
The cameraman that went in there with Channel 5 news team had heart palpitations. These guys, they were in battles in World War II. Of course, it bothered them, but never as much as going into that house there.
Well, it was the physical effects on their body, Tony, that was bothering them. And then one of the scientists that had come up from Duke University, he became so terrible.
I find it interesting. Sorry, real quick. When I was a kid, Duke University was really interested in me. No lie, I still have a letter. I have to read through that letter, but they used to do experiments on me. Not like experiments on me, but they used to like do tests, have me take tests. Aside from the typical gifted and talented program, I wound up having Duke University only pull me out. I don't know anybody else. I don't. I've still never heard of anybody else talk about being tested as well. But they only tested me. I would like to know other people who were tested from Duke University in the early 90s. Or, yeah, in the 90s. But yeah, and then it wasn't until later on that I figured out that Duke University used to have a parapsychology department. They no longer do. Now they have, and now it's like a different like institute, and it's like no longer associated with Duke University. But I found it interesting because I never understood why it was such a big deal for me to have this attention from a university like this. I was 7, so it was just weird to me.
Horrified in this home, and the chair that he was sitting on actually went right backwards with him in it. They had a real hard time just stabilizing him emotionally in that home. But it seemed like, and it's true to the fact that people are affected on their weakest, most vulnerable levels. And I think many times people of science go into a home like this not really expecting to be affected personally, just to be there and be witness to it. But they have nothing to fall back on. They have no faith, Tony. They can't call on any inner strength other than their own personal knowledge. Right. And in a way that, as far as I'm concerned, they can't possibly be too objective that way.
You know, Father Pecoraro told me about an experience he had when he left the house. He went back to his rectory. He was up in his room. Suddenly the room became icy cold. Ghost lights were shooting all over the place, and a deep, harsh, growling voice occurred in that room. He seen what he described as a lizard-like creature. Now, as a demonologist, I have seen diabolical. In fact, at one time, I had seen 43 of them. I knew exactly what he was talking about. It's something that you can't describe to anybody. It's something that's from another world. And as he described that, you could see the terror in this man's face. He wasn't used to these types of things. And the same thing happened to him again in a hotel room in Florida with a rabbi. The both of them experienced this. And when this lizard-like creature appeared in that room to these two men, and it finally faded, the glass in the windows turned red.
Now, speaking of the clergy, Lorraine, you had mentioned before, and I think we're going to see a slide of him, you have mentioned Padre Pio from Italy, who I believe was a Franciscan
Yes,
monk.
he was. He was a Franciscan
I
monk.
think we're going to have a shot of him coming up. Now, if we could get that slide.
Stigmata.
Yes, here it is right
Yes.
here. Can you explain, Ed, what we're looking at here? And Lorraine, either one of you.
He suffered the wounds of Christ, Tony, for 50 years of his life, which meant that he bled just as Christ bled on the cross.
Wow.
So did he bleed from his feet also? Or
Yes, he did. Yes.
Now, the incredible thing was that 10 minutes after this man died, 10 minutes, all of these wounds disappeared.
They all were healed,
Really?
Tony. Yes.
There were the critics who would say, well, the man did this to himself. After he was dead, he couldn't do anything to himself. And these wounds simply disappeared.
Okay, here's a close-up.
Okay, now,
Wow.
Here's a close-up of Padre Pio.
look at this close-up. Look at this profile.
If we could go back a little further and see the hood.
If we could pull back just a little bit on
Just
that.
a
and see
little
the
bit,
whole-
and so you can see the hood and the profile of the
That's
man's
better.
face. Now, Padre Pio was a very holy and pious priest. And the reason I have so much devotion to him, Tony, is not only because of what happened to me in Amityville, but when I went in there, I really didn't know why I felt as uneasy as I felt. And this man had the gift of discernment, plus he physically fought devils in his life. He played such an important role of our investigation.
And I think the next slide is going to show,
Yes.
quite dramatically, in fact, a picture taken in the Amityville home. Lorraine, can you explain this picture?
Okay, this is the wet bar room. This is the room in the front of the house, Tony, that you see where that's all the windows. Now, I stood here, and you can see two of the researchers are with me. I have his relic cupped tight in my hand, and I'm asking for his help. And also,
Padre Pio.
oh yes, I'm
Okay.
asking for his help and his protection.
Now, what's that up in the antlers there?
Now, photographs are being taken, and look at that photograph, Tony, and you see the outline of the very man that you just looked at the portrait of before, the photograph
The
of.
hood,
That's
the beard,
astonishing.
the nose.
Isn't it? Now, the photographs that you looked
see what
at
you're
were
saying.
given to us by a priest.
Hold on, it's right here. This is the spot that we're looking at. So it looks like him in the hood. And then like his eye, his nose. It looks very similar to that exact photo that was taken. And then prior, like, we'll jump back to, see? And then here. It even has like the chin shape. So it does very much look like it could be. I mean, mind you, if you really think about it, like zoom out, that could just be the reflection of the antlers, right? Like that's what you would think. But this, I can see how it's not that. That's strange. I don't know. At the same time, it also looks like it could be just a hope that it's that. And at the same time, like I would also, I would say it as a good thing if you saw something like that, because then it does just give you the hope that you're being like watched over by the person that you have asked to like intervene.
Protection.
Now, what's that up in the antlers there?
Now, photographs are being taken, and look at
Now,
that
if I see
photograph, Tony, and you see
another photograph
the
afterwards where you
outline
don't see it,
of
then
the very
okay.
man that you just looked at the portrait of before, the photograph
The
of.
hood,
That's
the beard,
astonishing.
the nose.
Isn't it? Now, the photographs that you looked at were given to us by a priest who had served with Padre Pio in life and who really helped us in documenting that particular
I
psychic
think we
photo.
have a cropped picture again. I believe we have a cropped picture again. If we could get the next slide up to see, there it is. That looks.
There was
a close
also a
shot.
head on the antlers.
What is
Yes.
that? Ed? What is that head on? It looks
Everybody
like a person's
said
head.
it looked like Ronald DeFeo. To this day, we don't know what
We
it
don't
is.
know what that is. We really do not know what that is, Tony.
It's
We have
apparently
no
the head
idea.
Does that look like Ronald DeFeo?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
It looks very much like Ronald DeFeo.
Yes.
Now, has anybody looked at these pictures and verified that they're not
Yes.
fakes?
Father Negre looked at this photograph. He was a very close associate of Padre Pio's, and when he looked at it, he knelt down and he blessed himself, and he said,
says
Padre Pio.
And
Wow.
he's the man who went back to his cell there at the monastery where we met with him in California, Tony. Now, you know, we were getting a lot of flack when we publicly showed that photograph. It was during a period of time back in the late 70s that there was really a lot of dissension regarding religious areas and when you're showing religious proof. So I prayed to him and I said to him that if that really was him, that I wanted to be guided and directed in areas that could help me to better understand and prove out that photograph. Otherwise, we would never ever use it. And Tony, that is right after that we met Father Negre. And I'll never forget the day I had gone to Mass that particular day with a man who was in charge of ABC television in California. We're walking out, nothing was mentioned about Padre Pio, when all of a sudden this man said to me, Lorraine, did you know Padre Pio? And I said, yes.
Interesting.
And I says, although I never met him. And he said, well, there's a priest right near here who served with him while he was still alive.
Wow.
Padre Pio died in '68, Tony.
And this picture was taken in '76?
Yes.
Now keep in mind
Yes.
that nobody knows that Lorraine has asked for his intervention.
Oh, no.
She has a relic in
Right.
her hands, and this picture with infrared film is taken, and there is the face of Padre Pio above her. But this next picture that we're going to see,
Interesting.
I think
was
this is,
taken
this is
again-
an astonishing picture, in fact.
yes, with infrared film.
Oh, yes.
This
And
one's scary.
it's in the upstairs bedrooms. Just to the left there, you see what looks like a small boy's face looking out with bioluminescent eyes. This was the room of one of the young boys who was murdered there.
Isn't that
Now,
eerie?
a lot of people would say, well, is that the spirit of the young boy? No, it is not the spirit of the young boy, but it is a diabolical spirit with luminescent eyes that appears in that home to confuse the investigators.
But you think that is an evil spirit, Ed?
Positively. Everything about this house was evil.
That
You know,
is so
a lot of people
terrifying.
say, well, you know, I was in that house one time and nothing ever happened to me. It's not that a house is haunted.
Fact that it was
24
an
hours a day.
infrared.
You don't walk into a haunted house and see ghosts flitting all over the place. After 9 o'clock, the psychic hours start, 9 to 6 in the morning. 9 o'clock, the energy starts to build up because of the darkness. Then you start to get what we call the infestation in a house like Amityville. First you hear the little knockings, the rappings. Then you might hear pounding sounds. Then you might hear crying or sobbing, hysterical laughter. These are the types of things that actually happen in these homes. But pictures like this, taken with infrared film, the camera is neither for nor against the supernatural or preternatural world.
Right.
It only takes what it sees. And what it sees here is a spirit of a diabolical nature in that room.
You know what was amazing, Tony? When we met with Father Pecoraro, he invited us to get together with the family and himself so he could share with us his experiences. Now, he was kind of a no-nonsense guy, too. You know, he was a judge of the Catholic Church and rather stern kind of a man. And he met with us on St. Joseph's Day, and he personally baked St. Joseph's bread for us.
But I think the experiences we had going to our home that night were terrible.
What is this shot of, Ed?
That's Mary.
Pastorella, who was, again, the director of the Psychic Research Institute in Hamden. After she left this home, she was so badly affected that she just quit the work completely. And, in fact, moved out of the state and across the country.
Wow.
Yes, she did.
So there was other psychics. There was another psychic besides yourself in there, Lorraine?
Oh, yes, and also Dr.
And
Brian
professional
Riley's.
people?
Yes.
Okay, like,
There
okay,
was-
who are these people here?
Now, that's the camera crew that was so badly affected, and yet both of these men had filmed with combat assignments, had been on combat assignments. Marvin Scott himself claimed that he couldn't believe how badly these people were affected in the house.
And this next picture that we're going to see, who are these
Okay, we're
people?
looking at Dr. Alex Tanis, a very famous psychic who could actually project himself in any place in the world. And the man on the right was Dr. Carlos Osis, who was president of the American Society for Psychic Research.
So very notable people entered that home with us, Tony.
When I talked with Dr. Tanis, he said to me, Ed, I came upon the most hideous and monstrous entity I'd ever encountered in any haunted house. That was his actual words to me.
Now this next slide would be probably, I'm assuming, the communication that you had?
Yes. Now, that was very, very dangerous thing to do, to communicate in a home like that. And Tony, when I tell you about that man from Duke University and Mary Pascarella, it was during that communication that they were so hideously affected, actually leaving the house. They were so badly affected.
Now, there were tests, I understand, done on George Lutz?
Oh, yes.
And Kathy
George Lutz had 3 lie detector tests, and so did his wife, Kathy, and they passed every one. And the man you see in the background there is Mr. Chris Gugas, who is president of the Polygraph Association of America. He said to me, you know, Ed, after these people passed those tests, he said, it was so frightening what they told me that I started wearing a crucifix again that I had worn during the Second World War when I was in combat. That's how bad it was. And then you see Kathy here, she's being tested, and they had voice stress tests taken also, which they passed. They passed all these tests in recounting their experiences in these homes.
I'm just really tripped out because a lot of people say that the whole thing was just made up, including like their understanding of it, but like, was all of that considered, like their lie detector tests, their like all that stuff? Was that, I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that a lot of that was like fibbed, but if it wasn't really, if it wasn't taken into consideration, like I feel like you can't really, I mean, obviously you can fake stuff like that. You can say past, failed, whatever. Because I think back then things were very different, and how they used to read it was up, like, pretty much up to the person interpreting the reading. But, I don't know, something, I feel like if you have something to lose by leaving somewhere because you were that affected, then, like, it wouldn't be something to make up. If that makes any sense. Like, why would you make it up if you have something to lose? If you're losing your home, your belongings, you have to re-establish somewhere else. I feel like that doesn't make sense. I feel like it's unfortunate if people don't believe that it happened, or believe that you did it for the paycheck or whatever it may be, for selling the books. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel like very different about it.
I've been in hundreds and hundreds of haunted houses, and we've interviewed numerous people all over the world. I watch people, I look at them, I watch their body movements. I know what they should say. I know how they should answer me when I ask them a question.
Right.
These people were right on. There was no hesitation. The phenomena that they described to us was the type of thing that happens in this house.
So you could say then unequivocally that George and Kathy were not lying, that it was not a hoax.
Lying. No,
they were not lying at all,
now,
Tony.
Did this phenomena just happen in Amityville, or were you guys at all affected? Because I understand,
oh, yes.
I understand that you were affected a little bit.
Never forget the night.
What's this picture here?
This is a doorway
we came home,
from the main part of our house, going into a passageway that leads into what is now an occult museum. But you go through the passageway and you come into the occult museum, and then my office is at the end of that room. Now, it was after 3 o'clock, and I heard this door open up. Now, I'm quite a ways. I'm a good 60, 70 feet away in another building. But I could hear that door open up. And I could hear footsteps coming up the passageway. Now, it's carpeted, so I shouldn't hear footsteps. But I thought to myself, Lorraine is coming down to bring me a cup of coffee. And yet I know that she does not want to go down into that area after 9 o'clock at night because of the numerous phenomena that occur. Now, here I am looking out of my office into that darkened area of the museum.
Okay.
The doorway is just to the right of where you see a mirror way back there.
Yeah.
I could hear what I can describe as a swirling wind. And it came into the doorway, and I could see a dark mass, or what we call a shadow ghost. I immediately recognized it for what it was because of the stench that accompanied it. Which
so we're this is an interview with Ed and Lorraine Warren in 1997. I believe it must have been. And this is part 2 of their account of the Amityville situation and how it affected them.
very foul.
Right.
The icy coldness. I stepped into the doorway here, and I held up a crucifix, and it came up to me within about 5 feet.
Not just Amityville. This is Ed and Lorraine Warren talking about what they learned about Amityville and like their experience with Amityville when they did a lot of the research, because a lot of people consider it a hoax, and they consider them they wound up discrediting them a lot because of this case, saying that all of this case was fake. But I don't know, hearing this interview is making me really think otherwise.
I commanded
and this is his office after them being at Amityville or like doing like other research, and he's kind of talking about like the I'll start here. Let's go back a little. Let's go back about 2 minutes.
Right.
These people were right on. There was no hesitation.
He's talking about
the
when he would
phenomena
interview
that they
them.
described to us was the type of thing that happens in this
couldn't
house.
be fake.
So you could say then unequivocally that George and Kathy were not lying.
No, you're fine.
lying,
You're fine.
no.
No,
they
they
were
were
not.
not lying at all,
Now,
Tony.
did this phenomena just happen in Amityville, or were you guys at all affected? Because
Followed
I
us
understand,
Oh, yes.
I understand that you
I
were
will
affected a little bit.
Never forget the night.
What's this picture here?
Yeah.
This is
That's
a
the night
doorway
we
from
came home,
the
yes.
main part of our house going into a passageway that leads into what is now an occult museum. But you go through the passageway and you come into the occult museum, and then my office is at the end of that room. Now it was after 3 o'clock, and I heard this door open up. Now I'm quite a ways. I'm a good 60, 70 feet away in another building, but I could hear that door open up. And I could hear footsteps coming up the passageway. Now it's carpeted, so I shouldn't hear footsteps. But I thought to myself, Lorraine is coming down to bring me a cup of coffee, and yet I know that she does not want to go down into that area after 9 o'clock at night because of the numerous phenomena that occur. Now
What is
here I
this?
am looking out of my office into that darkened area of the museum.
Okay.
The doorway is just to the right of where you see a mirror way back there.
Yeah.
I could hear what I can describe as a swirling wind. And it came into the doorway, and I could see a dark mass, or what we call a shadow ghost. I immediately recognized it for what it was because of the stench that accompanied it, which was very foul.
Right.
The icy coldness. I stepped into the doorway here, and I held up a crucifix, and it came up to me within about 5 feet. I commanded it in the name of Jesus Christ to leave and go back to where it came from. It backed off a little bit, came around the room, and came at me again. I then took holy water and I
terrifying.
sprinkled it on it, and it backed off again. Now, people think that we don't become frightened in these situations. Well, we do.
Right.
Like, yeah,
We're
you
made
would.
of blood and flesh just like they are. I immediately went toward the back door. I went out of the house, out of the building, I should say, and toward my house.
Yep. No,
Now, to the left there, where you see the rain pipe, that's
Right.
the building I was in. I left
small
there.
building there on the left?
That's on the left, right.
Okay.
I went over toward the
Main part of the
main
house.
part of the house, but when I got near the porch, I could hear animals fighting. I flashed my light there, and there was nothing there. Now, that was meant to frighten me, as the shadow ghost was, because when a person becomes frightened, they throw off psychic energy into the atmosphere, which
Right.
an evil spirit can
They can
use
feed off
as
of.
fuel to manifest even more phenomena.
Now, let me ask you a question. Was what was in that house evil?
It
I think we have a
positively
picture.
was evil. There's no two ways about it.
Oh, yes.
It's about as evil as a house can get. There's nobody out there looking at this program right now, listening to us, that can prove that the diabolical devils, demons, evil spirits don't exist. But
Yeah,
we
I don't
can
like
prove
this
it.
painting.
And we
This
have
painting
proven
is
it
making
many
me
times.
uncomfortable.
How? Evidence. If you ask us for our evidence, we ask you for your evidence. We can prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that haunted houses, ghosts, devils, demons do exist. Simply because we have the evidence.
Right. I understand also, Lorraine and Ed, that even years, I believe, after
Yes.
the Amityville case that you went on, you had an incident in Pennsylvania?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us about that?
In a car that we had, a brand new car, Tony. It was a bright, sunny day. It was cold weather, but it was a bright, sunny day. And we were going eastbound on 84, and we came to an area that said the Promised Land. And Ed commented, and he said something about, boy, the Promised Land, a good place. Now, Ed wore a miraculous medal to the Mother of God on a silver chain. But that particular morning in our hotel room, it was badly knotted. So I just picked it up and put it in my pocketbook. So at this point, Tony, I took it on my lap and undoing all the knots. I put it over Ed's head and down into his shirt. And at that point, the next sign was the Lord's Valley. And at that point, Ed said, even the Amityville Horror couldn't get us here. See, even years later, you can
Now,
still
it was a
give
clear day. Clear day.
recognition.
Okay.
It was a sunny morning. No ice, no rain on the road. Tractor trailer truck was about 50 yards behind us.
He was
that
the one
car
witness.
started to sway back and forth. The only way I can describe it is as 4 banana peels for tires on an oily road. It started to spin. There was no way that I could stop that car from spinning in circles. It went up into the air. We went over the guardrail, down a 40-foot embankment backwards. All this time, I was praying to the Blessed Mother.
Right out loud, Tony.
Right out loud. And I said, help us, save us. And that car I felt was going to hit the gas tank at the bottom, and it was going to burst into flames. The car turned over. I had a heck of a job getting Lorraine out because it was a two-door car, and I had to push her out. I got out, but by that time there was already a state trooper who had been on the other side of the highway and had heard a truck driver 50 yards in back of us describing what was happening. And they yelled down to us, is there anybody else in that car?
No,
we
is there
said
anybody
no.
alive in that car?
We went up the embankment. Now, you're not going to believe this. We went up the embankment. That car went down, turned over, and I was thinking to myself, miraculously we were saved, and we were. How are we going to get home? A train? Was I going to rent a car? The record came out, pulled our car up. There was not one scratch on that car. Not one scratch. And remember, it went over a guardrail, down a 40-foot embankment backwards, and turned over.
That was almost like a miracle in itself.
It was a miracle in itself, Tony, and I think it had a great deal to do with the intercession of our faith at that time.
Which proves one thing, Tony, that God is more powerful than any devil.
Oh, amen.
Now, can you kind of sum up for us, Lorraine or Ed, about George and Kathy now today, or since the horror?
I mean, to be fair, it's also when vehicles were made a lot more sturdy than now. Now it's a whole bunch of fucking fiberglass and shit. Excuse my French, but it's true. Like, vehicles now are not made to keep you safe. They're made to just pump out. I don't know. You're spending more on much less quality.
They left after they fled?
It's taken its toll on this family. They are divorced. They are living apart from each other. Today there are 5 children involved, pretty grown up at this point. But they still communicate, probably for the sake of the children, but it certainly took its toll. But I have to say that of all the cases that I ever worked on, that case affected our personal lives more than any case we ever worked on.
Anybody that went into that home in Amityville and said that it was a hoax was never in that house.
No.
They never went in that house. They never talked with the Lutzes. They never met any of the central figures in the case itself. They never talked with Father Pecoraro, ourselves, the investigators. There's one thing that I can say about the Amityville case, that, again, on a scale of 1 to 10, that could be a 12. And I would never want to go into another house like that.
And it was a reality.
So one thing I'd like to clear up, if I could. Wow. People say that George and Kathy Lutz became millionaires. Is that true?
No. George and Kathy Lutz made very little money. Any money that they made was taken by lawsuits by these crazies that were instigating all of these here hoax stories against them, thinking they could get money. The only people that made money on that case was Jay Anson, who wrote the book. He had never written a book before on the supernatural. He would have written it a lot different than he did. When he came to our house, I tried to explain to him that he had to describe the phenomena in terms of psychic research rather than to the layman saying the banister exploded before their very eyes. Well, anybody knows that when they went in there, the banister didn't explode, but it did through telepathic hypnosis. And that's what he should have said. You know, he was on the last chapter of that book, and he had a heart attack, which he recovered from, thank God. And when he recovered, he finished the book. He then sent the manuscript to a woman in New York City to type up for him. The man who was bringing the manuscript was at a red light. Suddenly, the car felt as though it was going into a hole. He looked out, and the car was sinking into the road. He jumped out, and the next morning, they pulled that car out of a 15-foot hole. Everything was soaking wet except the manuscript, which was then given to that woman to retype. And the night that she finished it, there was a fire in her house, and she and her son just about escaped. Jay Anson had never written a book before. That was the first book, The Amityville Horror. He tried for a second book, 666, which of course means the devil. On the last chapter, he had a heart attack and he died.
Unbelievable story. So you would consider the Amityville Horror one of your worst cases ever?
That's ridiculous. You see what I mean? Like, that's the kind of stuff that I can't say, like, all these people want to consider it a hoax. People even now will make content talking about how they think that a lot of that was a hoax and that, like, Ed and Lorraine Warren just wanted to help them write this book and all this stuff. They weren't even a part of the book. But then you can hear, like, all these other stories, like what they said, the people that were affected after the fact, like, so much because of just the manuscript. Like, that's ridiculous. That's a lot of, like, bad energy just being spread.
Definitely. Yeah, it is.
I don't think there's any place that you could go in our civilized world and somebody hasn't heard of the Amityville Horror. The only ones that try to say that it's a hoax are the atheists, people who have an axe to grind, but people who understand the area of demonology and theology know that there are many Amityville Horrors out there and that people have investigated them and will continue to investigate such cases for many, many years to come.
Again, if someone has a problem, I'd like to always end the show with this if I could, because there are people I know from experience that have many, many problems, many people out there. How can they contact the famous Ghostbusters, Ed and Lorraine Warren?
They can write to us, Tony, at our post office box, which is Post Office Box 41 in Monroe, Connecticut, 06468.
If you feel that you're living in a haunted house, don't hesitate to call us.
No.
We will be glad to come out and see what's going on. If you have any problems that you think are supernatural or preternatural, call us, write us a letter, and we'll try to help you out.
Also, Tony, if there's questions they have,
they can write you a letter.
Yes.
They can write you a letter, right, and explain what's happening.
Exactly.
We'll be glad to answer those letters.
Be happy to.
Very good. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is Amityville Parts 1 and 2. Hope you enjoyed it. Until next time, for Lorraine Warren, for Ed Warren, I'm Tony Spera. Good night.
Wow. Okay. That you've experienced too. Yeah. I mean, once you've had the experiences yourself, I mean, but there are some people in the paranormal, like in the paranormal community, like paranormal content community, that even like side with the fact that it was all a hoax. But like, I wonder if they did the research before and actually watched these interviews before coming across how it was a hoax. I'm just very, very thrown by it. Wondering that too. Yeah, see? I just don't know. I don't know how I could feel about that. Let's go back to here. It's back to their channel. I mean, I did see all this stuff on the last thing. Somebody else used it. But I want to see what else. What other... See, we just watched this. Oh, we didn't just watch this. We watched these two. He gives a tour of the museum. Oh, how cute. Oh yeah, so this is Tony Spera actually wound up taking care of the museum after they passed. How to know if your house is haunted? And he always blesses himself before he talks about anything. Tony Spera himself is pretty interesting because he works so closely with the Warrens. See, I want to see where else they have. I want to go to something right after. I'm just curious on what's another interview before it becomes busier. Like before they change the set. I'm curious as to when they decided to change that set. This is the Edinburgh. Raw footage from 1996. Wow. $1983. This is an audio on how he became a shmemonologist. About the white lady ghost. Oh. Well, these are interesting. Yeah. I want to jump. I want to keep diving into this, but I have to be up early, and I'm like scared I won't wake up if I don't go to sleep. And if I keep getting myself scared, I won't sleep. So I think I need to head out. I think we need to call it a night. I'm going to confirm if anybody else is live, if I'm going to raid out. I can't promise a raid, but if I see somebody that I'm following up, then I'll do that. Yeah, okay. We have King Karasu, Paragon, and Texas Myler. What would you guys rather see? Dead Island 2, which is like a zombie thing, or Phasmophobia? What would you all rather watch? Phasmophobia? Okay. Works for me. Well, then it is time to say adieu. I appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with me. I hope you all have a wonderful day. For those of you who are on other channels, I'm just going to be ending because obviously I can't read out on YouTube and such. But thank you again for hanging out with me tonight, for going through some of these very interesting files with Ed and Lorraine Warren, and kind of diving into some of their history and things. Oh, sorry. I just realized I did read the wrong guy. Hold on. Let's go back. Sorry about that, guys. Hold on. Let me grab the right person here. There we go. Because yeah, we want to go ahead and pull up King so we can raid into King. I don't have a raid message for this channel yet, but yeah, just let them know that you're with me. I appreciate you.